Well, we'll call this meeting to order of the 2023 Electrical Specialty Code Review. And I went through the materials that were sent and came up with a few changes that I wanted to call. I went through these with Laura already, but I just wanted to let you guys know about them and make sure you agree with them. So on line item 56, it says that we disapproved the changes, but actually, I think we actually amended 10.8B to say, refer to 422.5. That's right. Thing that, yeah, so we didn't disapprove it, we amended it. And then on line 92, this is the amendment to 92. We actually amended 210.70 to delete the last sentence. This is the one that requires the battery. If it has a battery operated feature, the switch, it had to be have an audible.
We didn't approve that, right?
What we did is
Okay.
we struck the last sentence. We amended it. Here it is. We deleted this sentence. So it's an organ amendment, yeah. So we deleted the sentence that says switch or wall-mounted control device shall not rely exclusively on a battery unless the means is provided for automatically energizing the lighting outlets upon battery failure. So we didn't think that there was a way to do that. Today's products. Correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
That's correct.
Okay. And then on 215, which is the amendments to 362.10C exception, 362.10.2 exception. That might be my transcription. It's 5. It's 362.10.5 exception. No, it is 2. Sorry. What's in the table 1E is not quite correct. What it should say is where a fire sprinkler system is installed in accordance with NFPA 13. That's what is in the previous edition, and that's a standard that we all know what it means. It's the word protective that was causing us problems. She's already fixed that. Then lines 243 to 249 are all of those tamper-resistant receptacles, the organ amendments that we had previously made throughout 406.12, and we rescinded all of those organ amendments and just decided to go with the model code on these tamper-resistant receptacles. So the matrix and the I think table E might have been correct, but the matrix wasn't. Is that right? Yeah. Okay, and then line 257. It says we approved it, but we relocated and revised 408.38. With these notes. And line 257. We didn't like that change. So this is the panel board shall be mounted in cabinets, cutout boxes, or identified enclosures and shall be dead front where available fault current is greater than 10,000 amps. Panel board and enclosure combination shall be evaluated for the application. Note here that says that we relocated and rescinded it and revised it. I think it's problematic to have to even find out what the fault current rating of an enclosure is.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how you would do that.
Right.
It just basically requires you to have them all field evaluated. And not sure what that accomplishes exactly.
And my note said we deleted and created an OESC.
Okay. Yeah. I said, and my notes said, delete. We want it to be like 408.9B, but 408.9B, when I looked that up, I couldn't figure out what that was supposed to mean, because that doesn't. Did we amend 408?
I just had it as just deleted, but just that new line where the available fault greater than 10,000, everything else stayed.
Just delete the new line?
Just deleted the new line.
Yeah.
That's what I had.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Is that what you thought? Everybody else think that we were just going to delete the new language in 408, about 38. Okay. Anybody want to discuss that? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Okay, and then 286 was just a minor editorial thing. Line 340. It says that it's tabled, but it's not tabled. Because I think that we did have an Oregon amendment. 551.77.
And it says shall comply with data F. And
So line 340 is 551.57, and we modified that to remove the listing requirements because we didn't want to require that anything that you use in an RV situation had to be listed for RV equipment. Like you couldn't just use a standard disconnect. And they already have to be listed in Oregon anyway. So I think we actually did an amendment on that. I think it's in here too. Is it not?
yeah, my note says shall comply with data F. Make an amendment.
You're talking about 551.
77.
It already says that. I think what we were going to do, we could just delete the words for use as recreational equipment, site recreational vehicle, site supply equipment. They shall be listed. We don't have anything there.
Well, I think, yeah, sorry, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm remembering now what my note is. We were going to do something with that charging paragraph to just say that it has to, recreational site equipment has to comply with data F and get rid of the verbiage that's in there
Yeah,
now.
and I think we did that actually. If you look in table 1E,
Okay.
it just isn't correct in the matrix. So we deleted the word shall be listed for use as recreational vehicle site equipment, and it just says recreational vehicle site equipment, site supply equipment shall comply with A through F. And then the A through F is the stuff that we tabled because it had the weather resistant receptacles. And then I had also in line 345 that we had tabled that and that Keith was going to investigate.
And I did, that was the, get on the right page here.
555.15 is what it was.
Yeah, and I believe that, you know, and this is because what we went through with the dock in Astoria with the requirement to update, it would have closed the dock down. So I would recommend deleting this. I just think it's going to be troublesome, you know, to try. I don't know that we can comply with this and not create other issues, you know, downstream with the GFI requirements and that. So if it's a new installation, you know, under permit, then it would require, you know, automatically to meet, you know, the new code, but you know, a repair would not. And that's in the 918-305 4 zeros. If something meets, if it meets code when it was originally installed, it continues to meet code unless it changes the occupancy or the use. And
Yeah. Okay. Is there any discussion about deleting 555.15?
I think it makes sense.
Yep.
You there, Russ? Getting there? Okay. So any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
So that's done. Then I think 358 is where we, well, 348 to 351 are tabled.
The WR receptacle stuff.
Yeah. I think 349 was not tabled, but this was the well, let's see. That's what I had that in my note.
Yeah, I have that we tabled 348. Matrix said approved.
Well, my notes said, yeah, I had tabled all of those, but for the, we needed to,
Yeah,
they're all part of that same section, 335 A, B, and C.
I have no action on all the way to line 351, no action taken. It was tabled.
Yeah, that's what I've got too. There's 4 of them, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. So we should probably look at those, and this is relevant to the work that John did for us, I think. Not entirely.
Which line are we on?
So let's start with 348. And it's really all one section there, I think. Okay, so 348 is 555.35A. Which is downfall protection of equipment on docks. And it requires GFPE of not more than 100 milliamps. Does anybody have a problem with this? This is all new stuff, so, but I think it may just be relocated. That's the same as the existing requirement, I believe.
It is, yes.
So no problem with that.
I didn't see any of it was new. The only thing I saw was the new was the expanded.
Break it
a
up.
bit. Oh, I didn't see anything new until we get to C.
Okay. Okay. So A is okay. Anybody have any discussion of A 355.35A, which is item 348? Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That's approved. And then, okay, then the next line is 39, which is the Oregon Amendment, right? 549 rather, which is an Oregon Amendment, which adds another exception to not require GFP on existing systems.
And again, that's the modifications to existing systems shall not require ground fault protection. And I recommend leaving that in for the same reason that we didn't adopt 15.
Okay, any discussion of that? All those in favor of retaining the amendment to 355 that adds an exception to 355.35A, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so that's retained. 350 is 350 revises the requirement to GFPE protection of not more than 30 amps for receptacles providing short power and GFCI protection for outlets for other than short power. Anybody have an issue with that? Okay. So this is a motion to approve the changes in the model code. Not sure they're changes. I think they're just relocated. Article in for line 350, 555.35B. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Great. And then 351 is a section for emergency electrical disconnects for short power connections. That's 356C actually. 555.36C. And this is it's kind of similar to the 3071 stuff that we didn't approve for 1 and 2 family dwellings. Is this a new requirement or is it an existing requirement that's been relocated? I guess would be my first question. You don't know?
I think it's new.
I don't have much experience in this area. This is prior.
This last year. It is new.
I mean, this whole thing, this whole 355 dot. They've reorganized a bunch here, so.
Yeah, they have A and B in the 2020. They do not have C.
Yeah, okay, so this is a new requirement.
Seems like a good idea.
Well, it's new, but it's not new. We had to have a disconnect before. It could be a breaker. Now it can't be a breaker.
Well, it can be a breaker.
Emergency disconnect.
Emergency shut-off device or electrical disconnect.
That's what's new.
Oh, is it a breaker? It's not a disconnect. Right. It's not sure that an electrical disconnect is, I mean, you're thinking about when you go buy a disconnect, it's a safety switch, but a service disconnect that is a circuit breaker is still a service disconnect. So I think I would say that an electrical disconnect would include a breaker or a fuse switch.
Last sentence, a circuit breaker handle should not be used for this purpose.
No,
I missed.
so much for that.
We could strike that last sentence.
Yeah.
Like that, I guess they think it's too hard to do. Open the cover and get to the handle. Is that a motion to strike the last sentence?
I'd like to make a motion to strike the last sentence.
Okay, this is of 555-36C.
A circuit breaker handle shall not be used for this purpose.
This is amend. Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that carries. So this is now amended. Okay, so that is all the comments I had on the prior matrix. I think there are some tabled items that we could go back and pick up. And I just wanted to point out, I don't know how many of you picked up on this, but if you go to line, let's see. Yeah, go to line 401, 382.15B. The next item is numbered 358, not 402. So those lines from 358 to the end are incorrectly numbered. What we'll do is fix that in the final version of the matrix, but for the purposes of this meeting, we will refer to those as by their line item numbers. And in some cases, it gets confusing because we're referring back and forth. And in my notes, I called these the new ones and the other ones the old ones, just to keep track of them.
Can you say that again, Nathan? I wasn't following you.
Okay, you look on the matrix at line 401 on page 19, 362.15B. Yeah, look at the next line. Oh, I see. What I was talking about. I discovered this when I was going through them. What happened? And I figured out, no, I know what happened. I've done this. Okay, so why don't we start with our tabled items? And let's.
Chairman,
Yes,
I showed that we tabled line 352. Is that incorrect?
Well, we tabled line 353. This says.
At 353.
53 is a table,
Mhm.
not a table.
It may be line 353.
That's, I have that as tabled. You thought we tabled 352? I have
Well,
that.
I may be referencing the wrong number here.
What code section?
353 would be 555.53.
Yeah, that is tabled, yeah.
Okay,
And that is that not marked as tabled in the? Yeah, it's marked as tabled, so,
okay.
okay. Confirm. So the first thing that's tabled in the matrix is 43, the organ amendment. Able to better language due to relocation of provisions. Is somebody supposed to work on that? Version.
Line 43.
Line 43, which is 210.8A exception 5. We have an organ amendment. And it says that we tabled it for right now the language. For better language due to relocation of provisions.
Previous matrix had line 43 is 210.8A11, and my note was remove and adopt the model code.
That's what you had in the previous one.
That's what I had in my previous metric, so. Previous matrix line 43 is 210.8A11. I think that was where we struck damp in 1A and not B, and then we ended up in both.
Is 8A, what?
210.8A11.
Okay, which is now 12 and it's been rescinded.
Well, previously we had struck, didn't we struck like applications, and we decided to leave
Yeah.
it because residential had.
Yeah.
had it.
Yeah. This is dwellings. 8A, 8, 10.
Okay, yeah, so we were matching what we did in
In,
non-dwellings.
yeah. But I think that, what this is about is the language that's at the bottom, the very bottom of the page. It says receptacles installed under exceptions to 210.8A 2, 5, 6, 8, and 11 shall not be considered as meeting the requirements of 210.52G. Or the, and I think that reference is wrong because moved. 210.52G is outdoor stuff. Some of these sections that we're referring to are not outdoor.
Mhm. Yeah, I'm recollecting we did it, we wanted that because if someone bypasses the GFCI for a single receptacle, we don't want that receptacle count as the count required by wall spacing stuff.
Yeah. I think that the reference to 210.52G is not the reference that we want.
Through the chair, Nathan, I believe it had to do with garages. And so in the 2017 G is basements, garages, and accessory buildings.
Yeah,
And so I think we wanted to be clear that if they use one of these exceptions, that receptacle was not to count as a required receptacle for G in the garages is the way I remember it.
so why do we have 5 as unfinished portions of basements? Because that's also in G. 6 is kitchens, that's not in G, so why are we referring to 6? 8 is sinks. And 11 is laundry areas. So maybe we should say just 21052.
That's what I'm.
Correct.
Just 21052.
Yeah,
That makes more sense.
these are the ones where you're putting in the single outlet or single receptacle.
For a specific piece of equipment.
But this would meet the requirements. If, for example, if you did this for your washer outlet, you're meeting the requirements for a laundry outlet. You are meeting that requirement, right? I mean, you don't, so we wouldn't want to say that it doesn't count for that. I think what we started with was if you put in a dedicated outlet for a freezer, then you don't want a GFCI protected. That doesn't count for the receptacle in the garage, like Keith's talking about,
Yeah.
that's otherwise still needed. And in the basement, you might have a sump pump, so that would be legitimate, but that's also G. So that's 2 and 5. But why do we have kitchens and the sinks in here? It could be a refrigerator.
Mr. Chair, I think sinks can be out in garages as well, not necessarily
Yeah,
the defined areas. So that's why we added that in there as well.
and in the kitchen, you could have a receptacle behind a refrigerator that you would not have to GFCI protect because of our exception. So that receptacle would count as meeting the requirements of 252G, 21052G.
I believe it was referred
Stated into
to,
the record.
Mark Griswold, I believe that was in reference to like a microwave on the counter, so they didn't want that included in space.
But it doesn't have anything to do with 21052G. So we want to include kitchens in
Here's the other part that I think is, we've listed all of the codes and the exception. If we're going to leave it that way, I would just say receptacles installed under this exception shall not be considered to meet the requirements of 21052. I don't think we have to relist them again because we put every single one that's up in that's part of that exception. It's redundant if we're cleaning it
But I
up.
don't think that that's true. Like, I think if you use this exception, put in an outlet for a washing machine,
Mhm.
closed washing machine, and you don't GFCI protect it, that does meet the requirement for the laundry outlet in 21052.
That's true.
And same is true in the kitchen. If
We
you
just want to do garages and unfinished basements, the 2 and the 5. Is that what you're thinking?
well, kind of spitballing here, but I think so.
That makes more sense. Yeah.
I just don't think it's correct. I mean, what it says is not correct. That's all. So we have to figure out what is correct. So let's just go through them. So 2 is a garage, so G does apply, and that's what we wanted. And 5 is the basement or unfinished portions of basements, which is also in G. And I think we had that also for sump pumps. 6 is kitchens. Maybe we should just delete 6 from this exception. And the same with 8, sinks, although
You have an outlet within 6 feet when you want it GFI'd. Unless you have your refrigerator in your garage.
Well, even in six is where kitchens are now says where receptacles are installed to serve countertop surfaces. That's, I think we put that in, didn't we?
Mhm.
Well, that takes care of the problem of the refrigerator. So maybe we don't need 6. 8. Would you want to put, if you put a freezer within 6 feet of a sink in a garage in a dedicated space, you would have to add another receptacle. And that's G, that's in G, so that's okay. But what if it's not in a garage? What if it's somewhere inside the house? It's not in the garage. Then not meeting the requirements of G doesn't make any sense. And 11. I think 11 is longer. So we definitely don't want 11 in there. The only one I'm not sure of is 8. Six doesn't make sense because you wouldn't have a, could you meet this?
Well, what about your plug for your garbage disposal under the sink? It would be in the kitchen
Yeah,
and it would be within 6 feet of the sink.
and you would normally use this exception to
You would
that.
normally use that exception to,
Like you said, maybe you'd have a microwave on the counter. Although they're not typically fastened in place when they're,
or built-in microwave above.
right? Okay, so the only one we're not sure about is 8. Well, 6, the problem with including 6 is that it doesn't have anything to do with 52G. So maybe we need to add the infamous countertop section. Let's see. Yeah, maybe we need to say G or C. That would pick up the kitchens. So now what about 8? These would be,
Talking about that very bottom line that we're looking at, not the whole exception, just that very bottom
just that
line.
very bottom line.
I think 8 doesn't apply because if you have a receptacle within 6 feet of the sink, that's a single receptacle. You could potentially still count it as your. You could still count it as your wall receptacle as long as you still got the 5.5 foot requirement. So it couldn't be high for like a vacuum cleaner. It would end up being something that was lower, that was a single receptacle. Or part of where I'm getting hung up is we're putting this exception. It has to be in a dedicated space that's not easily moved because we really don't want that receptacle accessible. So I'm thinking if we have a dedicated single receptacle in that space, we don't really want to have it counted as our other receptacles because it should be not easily moved. It should be, is blocked. And so because it's blocked, we don't want a chest freezer with a receptacle above it because somebody's going to use it as a chop saw stand. And not that would ever happen, but.
How about that? See what my wife puts on the freezer.
Yeah.
She uses it as a storage area. I keep telling her not to do that. So,
I think if we're using this exception, I don't think we want to count it as our required receptacles. I mean, I think that's fair,
except in the case of the laundry.
except in the case of the laundry.
Okay, so the ones that are next to the sinks, we're going to say they are considered as meeting requirements of 210.52.
No. Right, isn't that what he was just saying?
I think the only one we remove is G.
Okay, oh, I see. No,
I mean, not G, 11, sorry. The laundry, just remove the laundry
well, we
from that.
definitely want the garage and the sump pump. Because we still want them to put in the required outlets in there.
Yeah, no, I'm just talking about the bottom line saying it doesn't
Mhm.
comply with G, not the top line, just
Yeah.
the bottom.
But if you don't include a garage in there, if you put in a dedicated outlet for freezer, you don't have to put in another outlet in the garage. It's GFI protected. That's why this is in here.
Correct.
So you want two, right?
Yeah, I want 2, 5, 6, 8, and just strike 11 is what I'm thinking. You're just don't,
Okay,
the laundry room would count as your required receptacle. Is that correct?
And then just get rid of G and say,
No, you can leave G in there.
G doesn't apply to 6 and 8.
She had a laundry out in there.
Yeah. Well, that's 11.
Kitchens aren't in garages.
Kitchens aren't in garages.
That's true.
So C picks up the kitchen. The other sink, if it had a countertop, then C would apply. Because it doesn't say, he doesn't say kitchens, right? It just says countertop. I did the same kitchen. So kitchens, pantries, breakfast rooms, dining rooms, and similar areas. So I think we're just hung up on what to do about 8. And we could just say, it's not a question of whether it's ground fault protected or not. It's a question about whether that outlet satisfies the requirements of a required outlet. Well, we could strike 8 and 11. And if we have enforcement problems, we can add it back in.
That's true.
So we would then say receptacles installed under this exception, the 210. I think what this. See why we table this thing. Okay. We want to strike 8 and 11 and we want to add C, and now we got to get the language right. So that's, let me work on that at the break when I can focus on it. So it just isn't, the way it's phrased it doesn't quite make sense. It says receptacles installed under the exception to 210.8 to 5, 6, 8, 11 will not be considered, and that's not what we want. So what we want it to say is receptacles installed under this exception, because it's still part of this, will not be considered as meeting the requirements of 210.52C and G. That should work. Yeah, just get rid of all the numbers. Just say receptacles installed under this exception shall not be considered as meeting the requirements of 210.52C and G.
Yeah.
You got it up there? Are you doing it? I can't see.
one behind you.
Is it and or?
I was wondering about that too. I think it's an and. Receptacles installed under this exception shall not be considered as meeting the requirements of 252C and G. Okay. Work?
Yep.
Cleaned it up.
Okay. Writing code in a meeting is not so easy. Okay, so that is the item that we tabled. And all those in favor of this amending it in this way, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, so we just did is Okay, then the next one. The next one I have is 238, 239, and 240, which are the application receptacles, WR rated. That's in 406.9. Like the third one got taken. So did everybody see the email that John sent out that these things are going to be available, but no one has them yet in the 30 amp and above? So for the first one of these things that's tabled is 406.9A, which is this says that all 125 and 250 volt non-locking receptacles shall be listed weather resistant type. And we would want to amend that to say all 15 and 20 amp. And is it just 125 volt or is it also
It's
250?
125.
Just 125 volt. Okay. And what about the hinge cover? We don't have a problem with that, right? Those are available. Can you put that up while you're at it?
Sure. Was the intent to go back to the 2020 code for the weather resistant ones? In the 2020 9A says 15 and 20 amp, 125 and 250 volt non-locking.
Yeah. But what do you say is they're not available, the 250 volt?
I didn't see any 250 volt that were weather resistant, except the ones that are potentially coming. If I looked it up, they just had the 20 amp GFIs and standard 15 and 20s, 125. Just like for outdoor, receptacles for your heat pump work.
Have you seen them? We've been requiring them?
No, what I'm thinking of is like on a temporary power.
Yeah.
A lot of them come with that 250 volt, 125. Or
Yeah.
it's like a 20 amp or something, 250 volt single receptacle.
It's not WR rated.
It's not WR.
Right.
We've been
following it.
We've been making them remove those.
Just remove them altogether. Yeah.
Remove the 50 amp receptacle.
No, the
Oh, yeah.
the 20 amp. Because they're not GFI'd and they're not WR rated.
But I thought we had, doesn't our OESC allow used temporaries to be reused?
Use temporaries to be reused.
Existing temporaries to be reused? Brought up with the tamper resistant, add that in our.
I'm
Okay, so that's great. What about you guys? Have you been doing that?
On the temporary stuff?
Well, I mean, did you understand what he was saying?
I think so. He's talking about 120 volt, 240 volt, or 20 amp.
Talking about 20 amp, 240 volt receptacles in the temporary that are not WR rated. Therefore,
How they call it is temporary, but don't see much of that anymore because they got a GFCI it. And usually they're just taken out.
right.
So usually just see 120 volt stuff,
Yeah, because they
15, 20 amp receptacles.
have to
They do this firebox thing. As far as the residential stuff, we don't see much.
This isn't limited to residential, but
I know, but he's talking about temporaries.
so we already say you don't have to GFCI protect. Well, we said that in dwelling units, I guess. Are we saying in temporaries you have to GFCI protect the 240 volt outlets?
Oh,
That's okay. So they can't do that, so they're taking them out anyway. Okay. So we don't have a problem with the WR thing because they can't do the other part anyway. They have to take it out anyway. That's why you're taking it out. Trying to figure out how to amend this particular section, so.
I was just using that as an example of a 20 amp, 250 volt receptacle.
Okay, well, the question is, it currently says all 125 and 250 volt non-locking receptacles shall be listed weather resistant type. We need to change that to something. We want to limit it to 15 and 20 amp. I think you know that. Do we want to also limit it to 125 volts or not? Opinion on that?
What do you think about something? Question?
Talking about amending 406.9A, the third paragraph or sentence, where it says, or second sentence, where it says all 125 and 250 volt non-locking receptacles shall be the listed weather resistant type. We know that they're not available except in 120, well, except in above, except in 15 and 20 amp, and we don't think they're available for 250 volt. You couldn't find
I
them.
can find one when I looked on the website. They just show the
Oh, even on the manufacturer's.
manufacturer's website.
Were the 30 amp ones available?
No, they showed it in their pamphlet as coming, but it didn't show it on. If you go to their website and type in weather resistant receptacles, it brings up 15 and 20 amp GFIs and standard receptacles. That's it.
You asked Mike Stone and he didn't respond.
I asked Mike, he didn't respond. I can try to follow up with a call at break if you want. Hold of him.
Well, we need a new OR. We now have added it. So for now, let's say, let's delete all, and let's, what we want to say is you're not supposed to start it with a number. So
Wouldn't you just say all 125 volt, 15 and 20 amp receptacles shall be weather resistant?
yeah, all 125 volt, 15 and 20 amp non-locking receptacles. So, yep. So delete. Yep.
We go back to last code, it's all 15 and 20 amp, 125. Strike the 250 non-locking receptacles. That would match the 2020 with just removing the 250 volt.
Yeah. Or this way, the way she's doing it's fine too. It's says, I think it says the same thing.
601, yeah.
Yeah. So now it says all 125 volt, 15 and 20 ampere non-locking receptacles shall be a listed weather resistant. Okay, if you find out that there are products available that are different from what you thought, then we can fix this.
I'll ask him.
Is that okay with everybody? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so that is then the next one is the hinge covers, and not sure why we tabled that, probably because we were just looking at that section. That's the new language. The hinge covers of outlet box hoods shall be able to open at least 90 degrees or fully open if the cover is not designed to open 90 degrees from the closed to open position after installation. Anybody have a problem with that? Good for you? Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
That's approved. Then the next one was 240, which is 406.9B. It has weather resistant type and require the hinge covers. So only one item in this. B is 15 and 20 ampere receptacles. And it's 125. So wait, I want to back up for a second on A. We just eliminated the requirement for the hinged covers on outlets other than 125 volt. And I don't know that we intended that. Right? We were just trying to fix the WR problem.
Right.
So maybe we need to amend that last sentence to say all 125 and 250 volt non-locking receptacles.
I don't, it's a standalone sentence, hinge covers.
Yeah.
I think we're okay.
Okay. So what do we want to do with B then? Do we want to just eliminate the 250 volt? Is that all we need to do? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And show it to us, Laura, so we make sure we know what we're saying. This is 240 and it's 406.9B.
The description's wrong.
No. It's got weather resistant and the hood. There's both in one thing instead of in two things like they were before. He's got to bring the language in.
Was it in B1 or B2?
Yeah, you just didn't delete the and 250 volt. We'll leave the volt, actually. The space should go away the way you've got it now. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Okay.
Mr. Chair, before we move on.
Yeah.
The last sentence of that, if we're getting rid of the 250 volt, the last sentence of B1, it says it again.
And in the
In
exception.
the exception, you mean?
Yeah, in the
Past the
exception
exception.
and past the exception both.
Oh, it's also in the
All of it,
exception
all of it.
and in the,
Delicious.
huh. So the first one is about enclosures. Really need to amend that. Yeah. Okay, we screwed this up here.
There you go.
You get it all, have you got it all in there now?
Mhm.
Okay, okay, undo what we just did. And yeah,
Swoops.
yeah, and then down there in the bottom is where we want to delete the 250 volt. What about in the exception? The exception is okay, right?
Yeah.
It's just in that last sentence.
Yeah, I think we were just crossing out the wrong spot.
Yeah, we got it. Good catch.
Okay, what are we doing now?
Listed and so identified. Really weird. Okay, so that is 240.
Yeah, delete it right there. 50 volt.
Got it right now? Any comments that look right?
Yeah,
I haven't seen it yet.
not.
Can't hear you. So. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
There we go. Look at what now?
B still says 250 volts.
It's talking about the enclosure, not the receptacle
Oh, it shall
type.
have an enclosure.
Okay. Next then would be
We need to vote on that.
oh, no, we did. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, now we get to the four items that we tabled in 551, which is the recreational vehicle stuff. I think we did these already. didn't we? No, we did not. Okay, so we have 338, 39, 340, and 341. 38. This is all 551.71, 77.
All weather resistant. Just yet.
It would be, let's see. So it's the addition of the words weather resistant in B and C of 551.71 that we have a problem with.
They don't exist yet.
Yeah, so we would want to delete in the first item, which is 338. We would want to we would want to delete weather resistant in the first sentence. Yeah, in the first sentence. Delete weather resistant. Okay, all those in favor of deleting weather resistant in 551.71 B, say aye.
Aye.
And then in C, we would want to delete weather resistant, and we'd also want to delete the last sentence, since we're not making that a requirement. All right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Carries. And then the next one, item 340, we did do this one. It wasn't tabled. So that was the one where we removed the requirement for the listing of the RV sites. Then 551.77D is tent sites. I think we table that. Or revised to require site equipment to be 2 feet above the electrical datum plane. That's not section. Or 77, I'm looking at. Okay, so this gets into this datum plane stuff, which you will look into.
Yeah, so what I've looked into on this datum plane is the high water mark is the 100-year plane by FEMA. And this is a little bit more restrictive. What they're putting on here is 2 feet, and FEMA is looking at 12 inches to the bottom of the high water mark. So I'm just kind of curious. They may have been doing the 2 feet maybe to kind of match the mobile home areas of the 550.11A where the bottom of the panel areas.
Okay, so we're on 555.77D.
Correct.
Or 551, rather, sorry. Yeah. 77D. And so they're requiring that the equipment be located not less than 2 feet above the datum plane for an RV site and no more than 6'6" above the datum plane. Unless platform. And you're saying FEMA's requirements are
is 1 foot.
1 foot, but still the 6'6".
6'6" to the handle. The metering equipment is all done by the power company's regulations where they will like their
Yeah.
equipment at.
So are you suggesting that we amend that 2 feet to 1 foot? So we have consistent requirements?
Consistency for the FEMA regulations, but they have to get the verification from, you know, a land surveyor or something
Uh-huh.
to be able to prove that 100-year floodplain level.
So is there a definition of the datum plane in this article?
Move it to Article 100.
Yeah, 100 now. No, yeah, it's 551.3 datum plane. So, so the area subject to tidal fluctuations are not. But that's not in the FEMA maps.
So that would not be.
But B, area is not subject to. You would say that this is, we would want to change that to say that this is based on the 100-year floodplain. Which is FEMA maps.
Correct. Yep.
We want to amend 551.3B as well, because that's what sets the definition for what happens in 551.77. And then in 77, change 2 feet to 1 foot. And that's all we really need to do in 57. It's in 3B, that's where we'll talk about the FEMA maps. Okay, so for 340 on 551.77, just 77D. We want to amend the 2 foot requirement to 1 foot. And whatever 600 meters, I guess millimeters would be 300 millimeters. So, so does everybody agree with this concept of aligning this with the FEMA requirements, which is what we actually have to do?
Typically, your building department floodplain manager, they're going to go with FEMA, which is 1 foot.
Yeah.
Would we propose just put an informational note saying this correlates with FEMA, just to, so when people are looking at it, I know we're gonna have our statement, our charging statement, but when people are looking at it and saying, why did they reduce it to 1 foot? It gives us credit, gives credibility. It's just like, we're just matching the FEMA standard. Or
Well,
that, I guess that verbiage isn't proper, but
we could do it in an informational note. We could do it in a panel statement.
either way.
But we're also going to do it by amending 551.3B.
Yeah, it was more for just when somebody reads it, just to give them clarity as why we reduced it.
Yeah. So here's how I would view that. This might not be correct, but you go to 551.77, you see this requirement, and it has this new term data plane. You don't know what that is, so you go to 551.3, which tells you what it is. And in that revision, we will say that it's based on the FEMA requirements.
That works. Now, I think data plane is also on Article 100. Do we need to worry about that, or is that a totally different?
Is it in Article 100?
Electrical datum plan,
Under E, electrical data?
page 37.
So we don't.
That's very vague.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we can leave that alone. Because it's the individual sections tell you what it is. Okay, so now we have up on that screen in land area sub. Oops, can't see it. 1 foot above the norm, instead of saying above the normal high water level for the area occurring under normal conditions, above, I don't know what the right terminology here is, above the elevation of the 100-year flood as determined by FEMA.
Yes.
Through the chair, are we changing, if we do that, because if you look at the last code,
What are you talking about?
this, if we're at 2 feet, we're gonna drop it down to 1.
What section of the code are you talking about?
The 551-77D.
550 or 77? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Just make
So
sure.
we're talking about the datum plane. The 2 feet, we're talking about going and matching FEMA at 1 foot.
Yeah,
So I was looking at the last code
yeah.
and it's 2 feet above the ground. So by going down to 1 foot above that, if there is, if there isn't, if we're not in a flood zone or, a water issue, flood area, are we now letting that drop down to 1 foot above the ground? Is that okay? Does that matter? Do we need to leave something in there that says that it still needs to be 2 feet above the ground?
Well, I think it's still there.
Is it still there?
Well, I think it is in A, because A didn't really change, and that's what it was before, right? I think that's right.
I just saw it in D
Well,
before it
just
said
check-
above
look
the
at
ground.
Code book and tell me. I mean, just read it. Is it covered or not? B, okay, so. Equipment should be. So we would want to say maybe not less than 2 feet above the ground. So they took that out and they basing it on the datum plane now, which presumably is higher than the ground.
Yeah, it should be.
But what if there is no datum plane?
That's what I'm asking. I don't know if there's any relevance to that. It just seemed weird that
What if it's not in the floodplain?
yeah.
They
Sure.
left that out.
It sort of provides a lot of confusion in the fact that it's referencing back to the datum plane, because when I look at 77D, it's saying I need to have the equipment 2 feet above the datum plane.
Yeah.
And then the definition has me 2 feet of the datum plane, 2 feet above the highest high tide. So now I'm 4 feet above the highest high tide. 2 feet here and 2 feet in the definition itself,
In dot 3.
in dot 3.
Yeah.
So we're running out of room.
Right.
I mean, yeah, it also says ask me
Yeah.
6'6" and
Right.
so we got a small window to put this thing.
Question. So FEMA's not gonna let. Well, if we can't put these below a foot above because of FEMA.
Yeah.
And then in the 2020, it says it's gotta be 2 feet above the ground. What if we just? What happens if we just don't do anything with the 2023? Or it says, I mean, what happens if we just leave it the way we're doing it now? Doesn't that accomplish everything we're trying to accomplish?
Well, this is a higher standard than the FEMA standard.
I mean, so if we just got rid of it,
Oh, and just said you're on your own.
well, I mean, we just go by the FEMA standard, or weren't we just trying to knock it? Weren't we trying to match FEMA
Yeah.
with this standard? So what? Am I not following that?
Through the chair, that was where I was thinking too, is maybe we just want to reference that site supply equipment shall be located according to FEMA. I assume they have standards for electrical equipment within the FEMA rules.
Okay. What I don't quite understand is what the coding panel had in mind by eliminating requirements for areas that are not in floodplains. You know, like they kind of left out that thing. That's what Randy's pointing out. Is that,
What if you're in an area that's 20 feet below the flood or above the floodplain?
well, there is no
You can't-
flood, we're on the mountain, there is no floodplain.
So you have to be, yeah,
Like,
exactly.
You couldn't even apply this.
You share like in Lincoln County.
Yeah.
Most of, or it seems like most of the RV parks are below floodplain. And so the building official, then the planners did not care one bit what this code book said. They
Yeah.
went off of FEMA.
Right.
And so everything with electrical was done by FEMA. And then when the code kicked in was what kind of platform, what kind of, a working platform and access had to be made because they were actually trying to put receptacles, the actual receptacles up. Some of those are, 15 feet in the air with stairs and a platform and handrails and all that, they had to get engineered. They were trying to do that for a little while because they were saying anything electrical had to be. And then like Frank said, the utility companies are they take over when it comes to where their meters are.
Yeah. Well, so I think there's two problems here. One, I don't understand why they removed the requirement for a minimum mounting height for something that isn't in the floodplain.
I think if you just remove that first highlighted section above the electric datum plane for RVs and no, just take that first highlight out, it brings it back to the 2020 code for that first section, which just says it has to be above 2 feet then and no more than 6'6". And then the bottom section kind of makes sense. And then it says above the datum plane. If there is no datum plane, then we don't have to worry about it. It just gets it back to kind of the standard language they had back in 2020 that just said the 2 foot and no more than 6'6". You just strike that after the 2 foot, strike that above the electrical datum plane for RV sites. And then that just brings it back to the other language, and then you can leave the datum plane below it, I think is fine, because we're going to change the .3.
Well, the current language says site supply equipment shall be located not less than 2 feet or more than 6'6" above the ground. It doesn't talk about datum planes at all.
Yeah, and if we went back to that, and then you could still leave that second statement on the new code that says above the electrical datum plane, unless a platform provisions are made to reach the circuit protected device that are not more than 6'6" above the platform. So it allows for you to build a platform if you have a datum plane on that last statement in 2023.
But now you don't have a requirement that the site supply equipment be above the datum plane. What I think would be better is to say, go back to the previous cycle language, except you could add, and then say where we're located in a floodplain, then you have the language for that has all that datum plane stuff.
It works.
And then, or you could take another approach, which is not even address it in the electrical code because FEMA is going to regulate it anyway. But for those that don't quite understand all that stuff, they can look at the code and see. I'm going to have to figure this out.
If we went that way, we could easily put an informational note just saying, for floodplains,
That goes in 551.3.
so that would already be there. So yeah, I think just go back to the 2020 code then.
Well, no, not entirely. I think we need to rewrite it a little bit. I think we need to sort of combine the two. I think that they forgot to consider what happens if there is no datum plane. They didn't consider that. So we got to fix that. That would be a good PI for the next cycle. Like, What do you do if there's no floodplain? There's no datum plane. Okay, this is going to require a little bit of thought, so I think we need to leave this one on the table for the moment. That's 340 and 341. Maybe we can figure this out during the break or lunch or something. And now, we did address 338 and 339, but we didn't. To the table. Okay, geez Louise, we're not making any headway here.
We haven't started new stuff yet today.
No. Okay, now we have another tabled item on 555.53, which is item 353. And it's the one that we were going to ask Keith to look at. No. Why did we table this?
53 is, I didn't see a lot of change in that, except that it expanded from residential.
Okay, so you would approve it?
I would, I just didn't see anything that was different.
Okay. Any comments, discussion? I'll take a minute to look at it.
5 minutes.
Okay, take 5 minutes to look at it. We'll take a potty break.
Yeah.
Okay. It's usually there's a normal high water level, a lengthy definition that by chapter 7, by CMP 7. And then there's that definition that we found, electrical datum plane. So that's where it's used in the code. So one thought is to just leave it alone. This is what Randy's suggesting, and let the building officials and the FEMA folks say this is what you shall do. You are going to have a conflict though, because the FEMA folks say you have to put it at least 1 foot above the floodplain, and our code says you have to put it 2 feet above. So which do you follow? They set a minimum, they don't set a maximum. Right? So do we care about that conflict?
On 555.4, actually, they have 1 foot for service for marinas, which is, so on RV parks, we have to have 2, but on marinas, we would only need to be 1 foot above the data plane, which would match FEMA, right?
Yeah. Where was that, 555?
555.4.
1 foot can make a lot of difference. These parks. Especially in the valley.
555.4, you must mean 553.
No, 555.4, the very last sentence, service equipment shall be elevated.
Oh, 12
12
inches above the
inches.
data plane, sorry, okay. Yeah. What a can of worms, huh?
Yeah.
Well, the easiest thing to do is not to do anything, obviously. Right now it's tabled, so let's just leave it there for the moment. 353, we took a break. We were in the middle of 353. Keith was thinking that it sounded okay. And I think you're okay with it now, aren't you? Anybody have any issues with 350? Okay, all those in favor of 353, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Which line on the table?
Well, I think we still haven't figured out what to do with 340 and 341. And we see in 555, we approved all this stuff.
340 is approved. And 340.
Yeah, 340 is approved, yeah.
Okay, and I have a table.
Hey, Nathan.
Yeah.
So when we did 90.4, we that was the occupancy classification where we had conflicts.
Right.
You know, we said that the OSSC, you know, is what we use. And I know that NEC is written, you know, for nationwide. It's not, we have other codes, you know, that conflict with the NEC. And so I would, you know, I'm not sure how we would do it, but I would recommend that we pick one. You know, I mean, here we use FEMA, and I know I've used it a lot when I was out in the field. And I always have concerns when we have the electrical code, you know, has a conflict with the building code. And I think the building guys are more capable of classifying things in that than the electrical inspectors. They're trained for it and we're not. So if there's a way to, I just recommend if there's a way, you know, to bring FEMA in as the standard and just have it, you know, as, you know, the standard instead of trying to, you know, figure out which one it is. And it's just a comment I'd throw out there.
Yeah, I think that's great. Have to figure out how to do it. Maybe we do it in Article 100 and or 110. We just say we're used in this code, data plane and all requirements related thereto shall be enforced in accordance with FEMA regulations, something like that. Put that in 110. That's where we put that other thing, right? That we're talking about
90.4.
90.4, yeah. That's a little different.
It could be maybe added in a definition.
Definitions are not enforceable, so that's problematic.
We just don't want to rewrite this to say
We
1
have,
foot above the datum plate or 2 foot above grade if the datum plane doesn't exist.
It's through the whole code, though. It's,
no,
they have,
it's really just, well, it's in 555 and it's in 682.
okay.
But I don't know, those are the only places where the words datum plane are used. And I did a search in the 2023 code and it's only in those locations, so.
Through the chair, if we were to go back to and put this in 90.4 and 1 thing, wherever, would that then kind of help us in the future? If new things keep coming out, would this then just kind of, we'd just be done with it, you know, it'd be okay, we're just gonna go with FEMA and
Yeah,
would that help us? And
yeah, I think so. I mean, I think it's a good idea. You're sort of saying, like we've said elsewhere, that this amendment supersedes what's in the code. And I think we did that on the selective coordination calculations. We've said anywhere where selective coordination is required, that inspectors don't have to figure out whether calculations were done correctly. Okay, well, let's leave this on the table for now, and we'll think about how to do this better. And so let's move on, see if we can not have this project take the rest of our lives. We are on line item 358, which is requires secondary wiring installation to comply with all of 300.4, not just 300.4D. And I don't know why we did that. Do you know why we did that, Keith?
What's the section?
Well, it's a line item 358. It's 600.33B. This is where it's the installation standards for secondary wiring. Let's see.
Oh. I think.
This is sign lighting. So we said that
Yeah,
we wanted to bring in all of 300.4, not just D, which is race face parallel framing members. So it's board holes, non-metallics, the entire section. But that's the section on protection against physical damage.
I think we did that with the low voltage area too, didn't we?
I think so. I don't remember seeing that again. May have already been in. I don't know. We'll see.
It
We'll see
was
when we get there.
in the 17, but in the 2020 code, they brought in 300, the rest of 300.
In this section 600.33.
No, in the low voltage
The low
stuff.
voltage. Yeah, right. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Has it been a problem?
I haven't heard anything. No, not that I'm aware of.
Is there any enforcement issues around that? Okay. I would say we should just continue on then with it, unless anybody's got a different idea. Okay, so all those in favor of retaining the Oregon amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 359. So Keith, all of these elevator code amendments that are in 20, have you had a refresh with the elevator folks about that at all, or are we still, I mean, we did this quite a number of cycles ago. I don't know if you've been keeping up with that, or we'll just keep bring them forward if they're still relevant to the elevator code.
I spent quite a bit of time. I know on the 17, it had been, I think, since the 08, updating it, getting everything lined up properly. I believe Warren is working on this time. I could work with him and see, but they don't like their codes to change much. We just try to line it up and say the same thing that it says each code cycle.
Yeah.
Keep it consistent. So I can work with him on that.
Well, why don't we go ahead and move it along, and then if you can we can bring it back if something's wrong.
Okay.
This didn't, I don't know that ASPE code well enough to know anything, but certainly not whether these are correlated properly.
I know they just don't like us to do anything with it, the elevator guys. So they don't like change.
Oh, and that's fine, Okay, so line 359 is an amendment to 620.1, which just points to the elevator specialty code. So that's straightforward, I guess. Any discussion of that? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Carries. The next one is 630, and I think that's just a relocated definition of separate branch circuit. Well, it's Wait a second now.
Where are you at? Six?
I'm on item 360. I'm sorry. 630. This definition of separate branch circuit was in 620.2. It's been relocated to Article 100 by Laura, and which is where it does belong. And it's a term that they use as opposed to a dedicated branch circuit, which is the definition that's in the code, but it doesn't quite apply for the way it's used in the elevator code. So I think we just maintain it. And note that it's not the same thing as a dedicated branch. I think is the term now, individual branch circuit, I think is the way it's now defined in the NEC. So it's neither fish nor fowl in the NEC parlance. So any discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay. So the next one is 361 requires that the arc of the elevator of the door does not encroach on those clearances required by 110.26A and as requirements for where the machine room doors swing inward. So and it's this is coming out of the elevator code, I think. So. And then, yeah, I think there might be a change in the model code too. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries. 62 is eliminates the requirement for GFCI protection where some pumps are installed and are connected with a receptacle, single receptacle.
Question about that.
Okay.
Wouldn't the rule need to stay in place and this would be an exception?
I don't know.
The old rule said a permanently installed sump pump shall be permanently wired or shall be supplied by a receptacle that is GFCI protected. And they scratched that and then put in a single receptacle supplying a permanently installed sump pump shall not be required to be GFI protected.
Right, so why wouldn't we allow that? Is the first line item.
Well, I'd have to talk to but they didn't want to have them be permanently wired for some reason, I would assume.
Okay. So maybe it should say a permanently installed sump pump shall be supplied by a single receptacle. I mean, that is not required to be ground fault. It's sort of the way it's worded. It doesn't really tell you what to do exactly.
Right. Yeah, it's
This is not phrased quite correctly.
correct.
If the intent is that you have to do it with a receptacle, it has to be a single receptacle. And it does not have to be GFCI protected, then it needs to be reworded slightly, although we've been using it this way for quite a while and hasn't been any confusion, so.
Right, that's pretty much what the amendment says.
Yeah, it pretty much does. It would never pass muster for us code making panel chairs, but.
Right, but they put what they wanted in there, and I think it's been that way for a while.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. 363 is the amendment to 11A, which yeah, this is kind of a weird exception too. I spent a bunch of time trying to figure out how to reword that and gave up, so. I mean, this stuff all doesn't even get done by electricians anyway. It gets done by the elevator guys. They don't even look at the NEC, so. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, then we get to 364. which adds a section on class 2 wiring and minimum cable sizes. Probably do look at this. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, 365 is allows parallel conductors and elevator traveling cables. Assume everybody's okay with that. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
366 allows additional loads on the car lighting branch circuit. Kind of radical. Need to, I can't imagine that. Actually, that's something, Keith, when you talk to Warren, you should maybe review these changes in the NEC with him and make sure that they are correlated with the elevator code.
I will do that. Yeah.
This one they might not like, this 366. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 7. 7 revised to permit communications limited power cable. I mean, unless you work in the elevator world, you don't even know what they're talking about, really. You know. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. 368 is the Oregon amendment to 620.37A that says that you can only run, when you're running these wiring in the hoistway, you have to limit it to the extent necessary to connect it, so you can't. I'm surprised that the model code doesn't say that. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 369 is another Oregon amendment that tells you where you have to put the disconnect. It's pretty much what we do. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, 370 is specific requirements for machine rooms. 51C4. C, yeah, this is C. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 371, more amendments for comply with the elevator code. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 72, more amendments from elevator folks. Residential. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. 73 is has requirements for flexible metal conduit. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 74 is a change to the model code. There's a listed personnel protection system for WPTE. Somebody explain that? Not. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. Okay, so 375 is an informational note pointing to SAM 901. We're now in Article 625. So SAM 901 is the one where we created a demand factor table, and we kind of mirrored what exists in RV parks. John Powell and I did this a long time ago, based on a study that was done by the electrical utility in LA about multiple battery chargers for forklifts in warehouses. And what they found was the demand back then. Well, the technology has changed enormously since then, and there's now equipment available to for demand limiting when you have multiple electrical vehicles. And I just don't know that we should continue this. I was a big proponent of it at the time, but I don't think we have any real technical substantiation that's valid in today's world. And I know from talking to the panel 4 folks, when I go to the national meetings, they just think we're crazy. Like, where did you come up with this? And they're aware of it. They looked at it, and they just don't agree that that occurs. So I just had in my notes, should we still do this? Is it still appropriate? It seems to lack technical substantiation currently.
So through the chair, I get this comes up quite often and has, the last 3 years, especially with expansion of EV charging stations and different things that this is used for. So I haven't heard of any issues with it, but it is used quite regularly, and I have had, like I say, quite a few calls about it.
Well, especially with all the EV ready stuff that's just going into effect in Portland, it's going to change sizing a lot. If we want to go forward with something like this, it seems like we ought to have some basis for it. I can tell you that I was intimately involved with writing that 09, so it was done in 09. So that's 15 years ago. And what we did was we thought, wow, that can't be right. These things can't all be operating at 100% all the time, which I do still agree with. Like I said, we got it from a study from, what the name of the utility in LA, but they were looking at battery chargers, unfortunately. What do you guys want to do?
I think with the new verbiage that they have, that they do give us the ability to not size it a continuous load, because a continuous load, that would add a big thing, but the new stuff, unless the overall rating of the installation can be limited through controls as permitted in 62542 A and B. So they give us the option to downsize that. So we're not going 125% on, I'm just thinking like a parking garage, if you're adding a bunch of car charging, you have to do it 125%. That's really going to increase your service size pretty drastically.
Exactly why we did this. It was a parking garage that brought it up. It was pretty significant.
We'll do this.
So Chair, hey, so we have in Oregon that required, was it 25% on your service for EV charging stations? So
You have an ordinance, yes, yeah, right.
Table 9E help that? I mean, I'm thinking far sizing these future services, for future EV on their services, because that's required now. Just a question.
I don't quite understand the question.
So in Oregon, I don't know where it is in Oregon, but we're required in any new building that there's required to add 25% for EV.
Okay.
So does the mall code load calculations increase that more, or is our old table 9E?
I don't know what you mean by table 9E.
Or what we have in here?
Well, that's what this is, table 9E.
Yeah,
Oh,
especially because, so does that kind of make sense? My question I'm asking, so.
yeah. You lost me on the table 9E, but now I know what you're talking about. Well, I mean, as John just said, there are energy management systems that are available for multiple EV chargers, and there's EVSE with adjustable settings. But other than that, if you lose that table 9E, you lose the demand factors. So it would have a significant impact.
Through the chair.
Yeah.
Some of these parking structures, I know the state of Oregon is regulating that 20% of the parking spaces now are supposed to be stage 2 chargers, which are 40 amp circuits.
They're supposed to be provisions to install one.
Correct.
They don't have to be
Yeah,
installed.
then it's going to be going up to 40% soon.
Mr. Chair, that in the city of Portland, that's increasing to 50%.
Yeah.
And just to add, we have seen increase in EV chargers and also an increase in EV chargers that use energy management type systems. So they're programming these things to run them at 100%. As the second EV charger comes online, they drop the one from 100 to 50% as they're ramping up the other one to 50%. So they're still maintaining 100% requirement on that branch circuit, which is, to me, that's a concern that we're allowing to demand factor derate these service and feeders, but we have branch circuits that are going to be not only at full percent, but also a continuous loading as well.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know yet what the impact of what we've done is going to be, because eventually those things are probably all going to be getting used.
It's concerning when our own city of Portland fleet, when you look at our parking lot, there's 40 car chargers and we all pull up at 6:30 and 7, and we're all plugging in, and those are all derated.
And you haven't had a failure. I think I asked you this question a couple of years ago. I said, can you get a
Not that I'm aware.
temperature sensor and go out there and read the,
I don't get paid to monitor how many EV chargers get kicked offline or anything like that. I'm just saying that there's an example of chargers. I'm not aware of problems. There could be problems. They don't come to me when there's a problem with it. So
well, the breakers.
I'm not aware of.
Yeah.
I'm not aware of that problem.
Yeah, I asked you to go out to see if you could get a contractor to help you measure the temperature on the breaker and see if it's overheating. You didn't want to do that.
The interesting thing is that I did think they had a concern in that electrical room supply gear that was supplying that there was a fire that was associated. I'm not sure with EV, but there's a fire that they had to change out a whole bunch of stuff in that. And again, I'm not aware of that being associated with EV either.
Yeah.
But
So through the chair.
Yeah.
So it talks about the technical and scientific facts here on the SAM that we did, and it says that considering EV charging equipment, continuous loads likely to operate at full load for 3 hours or more. Testing data shows that charging currents are substantially below the full rated load. The provisions of the statewide alternate method bring the language of 625 into alignment with other similar articles, 550, 551, 555, and 626. So I think that, I mean, it doesn't seem like we're way out there. I mean, we've lined it up with other articles that do the same thing. I know these systems that you're talking about that do it, I think that the Teslas actually talk to each other, and I'm not sure how that works, but I have talked to people that wanted to use that type of system. So I don't know how widespread it is. This demand table has come up quite a bit, and it's on that requirement to put in the future considerations, and that's where I see it used mostly. So,
Well, the future, the infrastructure requirement does not require that you provide the service for it, just that you have a place to put the service. Really just about raceway. So it's not going to affect that so much. But it will affect it if you're actually installing the charging equipment.
and I have had some choose that option, and they use this to increase the size of the service when they put it, add it to it. I've had a few of those go that direction.
Use which option? The SAM?
They use the SAM because they put a larger service in, to provide for the future. That's whatever you think on it. So
What do you think?
I say move it forward.
A motion?
Sure.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor of retaining the SAM 90.01, which is really what we're talking about. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr. Chair, can we go backwards? Just, I want to make sure
Sure, why
we're clear
not?
on something, sorry.
No, we've been doing
I
it
just
all.
want to make sure it's right. Line item 372.
72, okay.
Are we creating a new section in the code by saying 51C5? Because there is no 51C5. It wasn't in the old one either.
Some time ago. What does it say? What's it? Oh, location.
Location for residential installation.
No, it's the location of. Oh, I see.
The disconnecting means for residential location. Well, I think unless someone has, I'm just not seeing this correctly. I'm thinking this should go up in 2051C and have a 1 and a 2 for. I don't think we've traditionally created a new article in OESC, right? In the new section.
We could, I mean, because there's a 3 and a 4. On escalators and on
Right.
platform lifts, and this would be for residential. We can do that.
It's okay the way it is. Just checking. I was trying to cross-reference. You're going faster. I was trying to reference, make sure the articles are still in the code.
Yeah. No, I see what you mean. We don't frequently do that, but it's just a new section. Okay, seems like it's good.
I'm just thinking location, so why wouldn't it go up in C?
Well, it is under location.
Oh, I see.
It is location, it's C5.
All right, I'm fine.
Getting-
I think this is the first time we've added a section.
You might be right.
Amended it.
You might be right. It's a
It's
little-
the elevator code.
The elevator guys.
Yeah.
Okay, so we just retained that, 376. Revised to add a 3-pole 4-wire configuration and permit 60 amp receptacles. We're still on electric vehicles. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Carries 377. This adds 120, 250 volt, 3-pole 4-wire configuration. Well, I just read that. It's the same thing. Well, they're just A and B. Reading what Laura read off, copied off of NFPA's list. So
One's portable, one's fixed. One's fast.
oh, okay, one's portable, one's fixed. Okay. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. 378 is revised to have, oh wait, we have an exception here. 380s. Oh, I haven't got into the 87, that's what,
You got portable, fastened, and fixed. All three.
yeah, okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
379 has a section for island moding. Very interesting. When you're, as if you're just going to supply your house from an electric vehicle. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Oh, let's see. I think I said on 379, we should approve this, but we should look at SAM 2210. We should look at 32554 since we're in this section. And there is a SAM on that. Ground fault circuit interrupter protection for personnel. Yeah. So this is the requirement for GFCI protection on EVSE equipment. And we have a SAM that says that you don't have to do that if you don't want to, basically what it says.
it doesn't work.
Sometimes
It-
it doesn't work.
Yeah, it almost always with Tesla, I'm told if you GFI it, the equipment is already GFI'd and it'll nuisance strip it.
Yeah, so,
We're also finding in the installation instructions for those that the manufacturer does not recommend putting a GFCI protector on it.
yeah. So I was thinking about just deleting this section, but what we actually say in our SAM is in order to address nuisance stripping and bring consistency, the requirements for GFCI protection, when the electrical contractor or equipment owner has determined an incompatibility issue between the EV charging equipment and the GFCI protection due to nuisance tripping, a standard overcurrent device may be installed in place of the circuit GFCI protection. So that literally would require you to install it, have it trip, and then you could take it out. I don't think is probably what you're doing. You know, it's not going to work. As Keith said, he knows it doesn't work.
We've always done it on the first brand and then thereafter.
Yeah, the first of that brand, yeah, yeah. And of course, you don't know if they fixed the problem in their equipment either.
And the three or four major manufacturers that we install, they all state that they're internally protected.
Yeah.
So my research, why they had this installed was if somebody took a charger with them and plugged it in, to an outlet, they might touch the prongs, the male prongs as they plug it into the outlet. And that was the substantiation that it needed to be on GFI.
So that's what you found when you looked at the.
That was the reasoning for it. So I'm not sure if that's really an issue or not. I wouldn't think it would be, but that was the reasoning that they put it in there.
Yeah, well, you can see that the push is to get everything GFCI protected and surge protected.
Yes.
I mean, there's so many places where they've added surge protection. Now, these panels just go for it. They don't
I would recommend deleting this.
just delete it.
Yes.
Well, I think that would be better than the SAM. SAM, the way it's written, I don't think anybody's actually doing that.
Well, yeah, that was written in a hurry because there was such a problem, and no one knew what to do with it. And anyway, it seemed like the cleanest thing to do at the time rather than call it a receptacle for a kiln, which is what some were doing. So,
Yeah, right. Would write an exception when incompatibility exists between the equipment and the GFCI protection. It's not required.
yeah, we'd have to be careful how we wrote that, because if they take a brand new charger and plug it in and it trips, then they don't sell it as a new charger anymore. It's considered a used piece of equipment.
What do you want to do?
The other option is just to say if the equipment has an internal GFI, then the GFI requirement for the receptacle is not required. Isn't that where we're running into the issue, is when they have their own internal GFCI, or does it expand beyond that?
I don't know why the Teslas don't work.
The hardwired ones aren't required to have GFI, so it's just a receptacle.
Yeah, so what are we protecting? If it can be hardwired, it must have something to do with plugging it in. Like plugging something in is dangerous. And how our parents managed to procreate and create us. Isn't that bad?
There was a lot of comment at Nitman on this one, I believe, was
On this one?
On this one
I
there.
don't remember that, but yeah.
Or there's a few on the GFCI requirement for the Tesla. It still passed, but,
Yeah.
or not Tesla, but for car chargers.
Yeah.
So we have a little bit of a conflict. We'd have to go back and look at 210.8F. in 8F, we said outdoor receptacles. 50 volts to ground or less, 50 amps or less shall be GFI protected. We install an EV plug outside, there we say it has to be.
Isn't that for a specific purpose type receptacle though?
There's an informational out there.
General purpose.
General purpose for, yeah, we probably could be covered there.
Well, they want
Make
to
a
make a
motion to
motion.
delete the GFCI requirement
Just
for
don't- We just don't adopt that section.
250, or 625-54. I'd adopt it.
Okay, we have a motion to not adopt 625-54. All those in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so what we just did.
Oh man, Mike is gonna be mad at me.
Okay, so the next thing is,
Is that a line item?
it's not. Well, it is actually, it's down, in a way it is. It's down at the very end. It's line item 447. And what we've done, is we're also going to rescind the SAM because we don't need it. Maybe I should put that. I just, it was kind of in there, but not really. Oh, what have I done? Okay, it doesn't like that. Okay, 380 is 630.8, which I thought was kind of a weird new requirement for ground fault protection for personnel. All 15 and 20 amp receptacles for electrical hand tools or portable lighting equipment supplied by single phase branch circuits rated 150 volts or less to ground. So you have to know what the receptacle's for, which is impossible to enforce, I'd say, right? And then installed work where welders or operators shall have ground fault circuit and personnel. So I thought this was a really strange requirement because of the challenges of enforcement. And so I went and looked and see why this was brought forward. And the PIs that were submitted about this talked about problems in schools and in the PIs said these problems occurred in schools, or they were concerned about the risk in schools. And the second revision said that it should be done where water is used. And this requirement is just for every receptacle everywhere.
Which isn't it already covered in shops? Back in 210, like your garages and shops,
Well, this is
welding, right?
yeah.
I mean, it's a welding area, which would be a welding shop. So if it wasn't specific for a welder, it would still be required to be GFCI protected.
In 210.8B.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Portable lighting equipment, a lamp, so if I'm gonna plug a lamp in, I have to.
How do they know where you're gonna plug in a lamp anyway? Like, how would you enforce this, Brian?
Show me where your work area is at concerning your welding that you're going to be taking place.
You just assume
And
that
any receptacles in there that are 15 and 20, 125 volt, I'm going to make you GFCI them.
because you're probably gonna plug something into it like a hand tool or a lamp.
And I'll check back when from its final to when the temporary air is broken down, I guess.
Unless I can demonstrate my radios getting plugged in there. So what do you want to do with this one? But you think in 210.8B, you already have to protect all these anyway? So what's your theory on the areas?
Building, that's
B. Wait, not
Garage
here,
size
so-
buildings in similar areas.
Other than one. Do you think it would be under 10, other than garages, accessory buildings, service bays in similar areas?
Yeah, I mean. Service bay, well, I guess in a school, I mean, you're calling it a shop area. From a building code standpoint, is that gonna be enforceable?
There's no shop area is not in.
No,
It's defined on the structural plan.
I'm good with leaving it in there then.
Is that a motion?
Motion to retain it
Motion to, well, it's really just to
or
adopt it.
adopt it, yes.
Yeah. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Me too. Hold another $1 million worth of GFC.
This is an attempt, basically GFI everything possible.
There's no substantiation of any accident at all. It's all pure hypothetical stuff.
Abstract.
I vote no on it too. Okay, we're at 381. 630.13. I thought that was okay. 80.13 was, oh, disconnecting means a circuit breaker or cord and plug connected. That's nothing new, really. All those in favor say aye.
He's got too many numbers on his mind, guys.
What did I say?
You said 680, it's 630.
630, yeah.
Trying to get through this.
Me under the table.
No, you're fucking, they're over there fucking scrambled. What are you talking about?
He doesn't know what he's talking about. You figured that out. Okay, I'm on, well, it's because we're on 382, which is 630.
40.
Now we're at 640. Now we're into 640. So audio signal processing, an area that we all know a lot about. This added a section for communications cables in 640.3B. And I was having trouble. Oh, it's in an exception. I couldn't. Oh, it's in C where they added the communications cable. Oh, and that's what it says. Okay, so all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And then we have an Oregon amendment. Oh, now we're in 645. Choose information technology equipment, and we have an Oregon amendment to .2. There is no
Move the
dot.
definition out.
There's no .2 anymore.
It's relocated.
Revises the definition for,
I relocated it. To
Oh.
Article 100.
645 isn't critical operations. Oh, data system. You move that to Article 100. Okay. So that, but it's still, oh, it's in 100. So did we look at it? No. So the definition of critical operations data system is now an information technology equipment system that has been designated by a building owner as requiring continuous operation. So in general, we've taken this whole COPS thing and said the building owners decide whether it's COPS or not. They'll put it on the building official, put it on the building owner. Because they're the ones that really should decide whether we need to do this or not. And then this provides standards for how to go. So this is really just relocated and carrying forward what we had before. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Then 384, the Oregon amendment that requires the disconnect needs to be grouped and identified and be readily accessible. Principal exit to comply with either 4510A or B. I wasn't sure why we needed this, because it's not a lot different from what's in the code already. You know, Keith, why we added this?
I don't remember. No.
There is a requirement for grouping already. I'm sure it had something to do with, well, maybe it was the fire officials or something.
Used to be required at the main egress door, I think back in like 08 or,
Uh-huh.
and then when they changed it, we kept it for another cycle or so.
I don't know, do we want to keep this? A reason to keep it? Speak if you have a reason.
It brings clarity.
Well, that's a requirement. It isn't in the code now. I think.
Yeah, it specifies the door you have to have it.
Whatever principle is.
Unless someone knows why we need it in there. I'm waiting it. Just the amendment, not the
Yeah, I mean, it can either be remote or it can be, if it's critical, then there are other rules.
I agree. I remember this. I remember requiring this when I was in Eugene at the exits. So I think it was an old requirement that we carried forward. That makes sense.
It's interesting if you have remote disconnects, you have to be located at approved locations. They're not remote. They can be in the room or in designated zones within the room. And I could see why data center owners would not want this requirement of the disconnect outside at the door. Well, need a motion.
motion to not carry forward the amendment.
Okay, so we are on line 384. And we have a motion to rescind the Oregon amendment to 645.10. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Carries. Okay. Let's see, I've got 385 is in 646. And it requires the doors in modular data centers to have, it says that it has to have listed. Yeah, it has listed panic hardware in that section. And we didn't catch that in our previous amendments like we have in 110.33A3, where we say that I think we figured out there is no such thing as listed panic hardware, and we have this standard language that we use. So I think there's two things here. One is, do we want to adopt the amendment that's in the model code, which is the one that adds that the doors have to open to the full extent of their designed egress opening, so you can't block the door. That seems like kind of a no-brainer. But then do we want to also amend that listed thing like we've done elsewhere? So first, do we adopt the model code change? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then we want to add an OR to remove listed. And Laura, you know what to do there. Okay. Okay, 386 was 670.6, and it wasn't adopted, I think, because it's outside the scope of the Electrical code in Oregon. Oh, no, this is a new one. They're requiring overvoltage protection on industrial machinery with safety circuits. So wasn't sure if we could make a requirement like that because the industrial machinery in general is exempt from product certification in Oregon. So we don't know if it's got a safety circuit or not. It's not certified. It's they're kind of on their own. I thought it was probably outside the scope of the statutory authority of the electrical code. What do you think about that, Keith?
Yeah, I was just reading the 2020 and it had to do with surge protection is what 670.6 was in the 2020. And we didn't know how we were going to enforce that, or it seemed more like a manufacturer requirement than something that we would require.
So do we want to retain this?
I believe so.
I think so too. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. Okay, then we go to 6387. We're starting into pools now. A good time to break. You want to chair that section?
No, you can chair. I'll just-
You'll
I'll
answer
add
questions.
comment, yeah.
Okay. You know, this is your pen, right?
Yes, that's my
Okay. So you know all about it.
with a very short memory.
Okay, we'll take a break for 45 minutes. Okay, we'll call the meeting back to order. And we're on item 387, which is 680.4, and it's a requirement for reinspection after installation, which is outside the scope of the building code. So we didn't adopt that previously. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, 388. 80.5B. Question here. New or relocated? Is this a new section or is it is it new? Is it a bunch of new stuff or just? a bunch of
Yeah,
relocated?
it's relocated, but it's refurbished a little too. The panel spent majority of its time cleaning up and fixing the grounding and bonding issues and trying to put it in the sequence that could be followed. And then we also changed a lot of the GFI language. Notice part isn't listed, but it talks about 150 volts or less to ground. So basically all receptacles now in this area are going to be GFI protected. So this is not new, but the 150 volts is new.
Mhm. Okay. And approving it?
Yeah, I recommend approving.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed?
Through the chair.
Yes.
Okay, so I've been looking, something's kind of bothering me. And I hate going backwards. I know we all went out of here. I'd like to make a motion. I'd like to discuss a little bit the 630.8, the ground fault protection for the 120 volt, 5 volt, 15 and 20 amp receptacles,
This item
the hand tools.
380.
630,
Item 380.
item 380, okay. I don't know if can I talk about it or ask a question?
You can
without
make a
making-
motion to reopen it.
Well, I'm making a motion to reopen it.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Okay, now you can talk about it.
Okay, just, I'm curious from the inspectors and contractors. Would this be that we could just have, so if we have 125 volt receptacles that aren't going to be used for hand tool or portable lighting, then it wouldn't have to be GFCI protected? And so then if there is, so they could have one side by side? Like, well, that was not for hand tools, but this one is, so I'm gonna GFCI protect this one, I'm not gonna GFCI protect that one. I'm trying to figure out how, as a contractor, I would know how it's gonna be enforced, like, how would I bid that? How would I, what is a set, the what back, I mean, what's the reasoning or what, or is there any kind of, I don't know. I just kind of questioning that. Like, I thought like, so we're actually in the process of designing a welding school, a second one for the Port of Toledo in Newport or in Toledo. And so I'm sitting here thinking about this, like, well, wait a second, how does that, I'm trying to go over in my mind how the whole building looks. And I would not know what to GFCI protect and what not to. Is that a concern for anybody else or?
That's why I've added nay. It's a concern for me as a contractor because I don't know what the definition of a work area is. That means I know no inspector here would do it, but any road inspector could say that's a work area for GFI protection.
Through Chair, as an inspector, if I'm to call out a work area, I'm going to need to see that on the plans.
You ever seen a work area listed on the plans?
That's not the point. If somebody wants the GFCI protection in there, they're gonna need to find out or gonna need to describe a welding work area and define boundaries so that I can say that receptacle needs one and that receptacle doesn't need one. As inspectors, we don't like this language either because it creates gray areas.
Yeah.
It's definitely a gray area. And for me to get rid of a gray area, it's really easy. Call it out on the plans and I'll require it. If it's not called out on the plans, I'm not gonna require it.
You see, you're backing up my statement that you guys do the right things in here, but as contractors, we don't always run into friendly inspectors.
That's unfortunate.
This is also not under the scope of the article. The scope of Article 630 is apparatus for electric arc welding, resistance welding, plasma cutting, and other similar welding and cutting process equipment that is connected to an electrical supply system. I don't think there's anything else in this section that doesn't have to do with the welder. These outlets are not welder outlets.
Good point.
I'm surprised the correlating committee let them get away with it because it's not even in the scope of their article. So did you want to make a motion? You've reopened it, so you can make a motion.
Well, I'd like to make a motion that we don't follow the model code on this one. I guess it would just be striking because I don't see where there'd be any tweaking of it. But I make a motion that we not accept. 630.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor of the motion to not adopt? Is it 630.8? Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Through the chair, Nathan.
Yeah.
So I had a question on this one that you just was approved on in 680, expanding ground fault. So this is brand new. And the concern I have is that we're requiring ground or GFCI on all outlets and receptacles, 150 volts to ground up to 60 amp, including 3-phase. And we've already determined that the breakers aren't available for these, the GFIs aren't available. So if you find, if you think that's a concern to require something that's not readily available. But it's been for motors, it's been required for some time, but this is everything now.
Keith, I thought when we went through this, they indicated 3-phase breakers are now available up to 60 amp. Are you saying they're not?
Well, what we heard meeting or two ago, Steve said there were like 24 breakers of some sort, GFI, in the nation available. I don't remember now all the particulars, but again, I know there's a lot of equipment shortages going on right now. And I just saying, I'm going to hear about it. And they're going to say, what do we do? And so we're to expand things right now. I just questioned it. So, if you guys want to do it, that's up to you. But, I'm not sure what we're doing by expanding all this GFI when we know it's either hard to get or not available. And it's the same way with the arc faults. I got a lot of calls that we can't get them. What do we do? How do we final our buildings? So I just think it's a consideration. If you guys would know, you're a contractor, what you can and can't get, and if you can get them, all this stuff's readily available, then it may not be a big deal. So.
I guess I don't have an answer on the availability, and we could look into that. We could also talk about it, extending the date, given the supply chain issues. Kick the can and say it becomes enforceable in a year or two, too, so.
Isn't this already in place now?
Not for 250.
I was looking at 680-22 or 680-21 for motors.
Yeah, that's motors. Motors has that. This is receptacles.
We had trouble.
This is outlets, everything. So
No, that's it.
outlets and receptacles.
Mr. Chair. The way I'm reading this part B here, it's talking about we're required in this article, GFCI or ground fault protection of receptacles and outlets on branch circuits shall be provided with a Class A GFCI. Looking back at the old 680.5 into 2020, it doesn't mention the Class A GFCI. So I think, wasn't the change just to make sure it's a Class A GFCI? You're saying we're required in other parts of this code or other parts of this article.
Well, motors has always been 250 volt, but receptacles haven't, and this now includes receptacles.
So what I'm saying, there's no new requirement to add GFCI requirements or to add a GFCI where there's not already. 680.5 is not adding any GFCI requirements. It's just telling us what GFCI requirements are required.
There's, so go to, yeah, I understand, I hear what you're saying. So B, 680.12B, where we come up again with receptacles.
Mhm.
Consensus of the panel was it water and swimming pools, so therefore GFCI protection.
Well, what about the supply chain stuff? You're already having to GFCI protect motors. Those are 240 volt breakers. You hearing about problems with that? Inspectors or?
A couple weeks ago, I thought we had trouble finding 50 amps, but there's all kinds of 60 amp available.
Yeah, there's issues with them. You wait for them and you get them. It's not like they're not going to come, but you may have to wait.
I had a little bit.
Yeah.
Anybody want to make a motion to reopen this? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on. 389 is 680.12. What happened in 680.12, Mike?
And it's just a reorganization.
New section in here on requiring at least one receptacle in the equipment room.
General purpose.
receptacle. GFCI protectors. Okay, any, so you're recommending approval? That's a motion. All those in favor of adopting the changes to 680.12, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Now item 390 is 680.14A. This is a new section on wiring methods for corrosive environments. Any?
Well, I'm trying to remember this, we had corrosive environments and I think.
Yeah.
And requirements and definitions, so we moved some requirements here and added this new section. So what's allowed or not allowed in corrosive environment. It's good.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 391. Page 8021C. All protection for outlets serving pool motors.
It just moved. There was a big reorganization of the GFI stuff.
Is it revised for proper reference to 680.5 in this exception to indicate ground fault protection is not required for listed. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, 392, we did not adopt this previously, I believe. That's 680.21D. 821D. That's because it's with the administrative rule. Wasn't required at the time the motor was installed, I guess.
Did we, I thought there was talk last round about the quality of older panel boards not having, being able to have GFI protection.
Could be.
You'd always,
Breakers aren't available.
yeah, the breakers aren't available. That doesn't mean you can't contractor insert something into the circuit. The new disconnect and breaker in it.
Yeah.
This is up to me, this is up to Keith if it conflicts with our rule or not.
I think it's gonna create, honestly, I think it can be a potential problem. It's, again, it may not have been wired for it originally, and like you say, the panel may not be able to take the breaker. We don't normally regulate replacements and repairs, so that would fall under that exemption if they've met code at the time of installation.
So if it did, it would already be, if it had been required when it was installed, it would already be ground fault protected, so. Okay, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, 393, this is the one where we have the TIA. Is that-
They didn't provide information on that to the group.
No, I just got it and looked at it and I thought, man, that's a significant TIA. And there
Yeah.
were things like 15 pages long. Couldn't figure it out.
Well, so what Nathan's talking about, it's still a little tough for me to follow. What Nathan's talking about is there's an existing TIA in front of CMP 17 now that we're voting on. We're in the preliminary stages of voting. We haven't even seen the results to do a revote. But, at issue is the number 8 ground going around the pool. And our panel had, I think we had 2 days in this meeting, and a significant part of one day was in regards to this number 8 ground. So there was a TIA that was trying to eliminate being able to use that you had to use a copper grid with a reinforcement steel. And it failed ballot. It did a CAM, it passed, and it failed ballot at 17. And the Standards Council required or requested that a special task group be put together to address the issues because it was such a hotly contested issue. There were some, I think there was 3 or 4 swimming pool deaths that they tried to link that it was an improper ground. The panel was not satisfied that that was the cause of it. So this task group got put together, and there's a lengthy TIA that's basically rewriting 26 on perimeter services. Instead of they now give you by the type of area it is, and then what the grounding methods can be in that area. They're covering some of the swimming pools that have no contact area outside because they're endless pools. There's nowhere for a swimmer to get out or get in contact with ground. So you're not having to ground that area. It talks about pavers, talks about grounding with copper grids. It's a complete rewrite of the section. My gut tells me I'm going to pass. Most likely, I don't know if it'll pass with on the emergency nature though. We'll see what happens. I think it's a good thing in the end, and it's a compromise between EPRI and EMP 17. It all has to do with stray voltages from the car.
Yeah, so I don't know, I guess if we adopt this section and then it gets modified by a TIA, we're not going to reconvene the committee. I don't think we've never done that. So the TIA just goes into effect. Is that what we do, Keith?
Yeah, that's what I have seen happen is it just gets, we adopted the code and it becomes part of the code when a TAI comes in.
So I think the issue before us then is whether we want to adopt this because the TIA hasn't been adopted. So, and this is really the revision here in 68026A is it used to just say reduce voltage gradients in pool area. Now it says shall be installed for pools with or without associated electrical equipment related to the pool. Well, I guess the idea is that you could still have voltage gradients even though there's because of straight currents that are in the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what's before us. Any discussion of this? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, now we're on 394, which is revised 68041 into subsections. The requirements for equipment exceeding low voltage contact limit and exempted one family dwellings. Or other than one family, not 1 and 2. But it would work for, you have to do it. Yeah. That was great lane. Concern was the neighbor would come over into the other neighbor's pool or pond. Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Next item is 385, 395, which is the Oregon amendment that adds decks to 8042B4, because the areas that don't have to have bond. Or they're not included in the measurement for bond. So you're not putting a bonding conductor around a deck that's. We adopted that about the time this section went into the code a number of cycles ago. This worked well for everybody? Yeah.
I don't hear anything about it, so evidently it's doing what it was intended to do.
Really don't understand what the past. But okay, any discussion? All those in favor of retaining the Oregon amendment to 68042B4, say aye.
Aye.
Is there, Mr. Chair, is there? I'd like to reopen just to see the nature of it. The one we just passed, the 8041.
Okay,
I'd like to see if there's any interest in changing that to 1 and 2 family dwellings. We do a lot of zero lot line homes. This is pretty restrictive that on a dwelling, you don't have to, but the dwelling that has a adjoining neighbor that more likely has a fence between it, you have to do it to it. Get it for the commercial spaces and the multiplexes and stuff like that. We'd entertain,
so what specifically are you talking about
for other than 1 and 2 family dwellings, having the word 2
on 68041A?
41A.
This is a requirement for an emergency. Clearly labeled.
Or other than dwelling units, or basically zero lot line dwelling units, you wouldn't have to.
Yeah. You want to change it to 1 and 2 family dwelling? Okay. Does that address zero lot line? Does it really address zero lot?
It's a 2 family dwelling.
More than?
When they each be a separate dwelling. On a zero lot line, there's a property line. 2 separate dwellings. 2 separate single family dwellings.
You consider 2 separate single families? Right.
But a duplex,
But a duplex,
I mean, they're on different tax lots.
a duplex would not be.
Duplex would not. You said 1 and 2 family dwellings, and on a duplex, you would only need 1. You wouldn't need 2.
Plus you would have to do it.
Yeah, but if you change it to 1 and 2 family, you wouldn't have to.
Right.
Which the argument is that, I mean, well, it's a duplex, so it belongs to both.
Hot tub.
Both a hot tub.
We're talking about
Hot spas and hot tubs. Anyway, what's your motion?
let's move on.
Okay. Rest of the afternoon to chew on it. 6, hopefully. 396 added a section for equal potential bonding of splash pads. What is splash pad?
Those fountain things that you turn around and water your kids do.
Oh, yeah. Okay, we're gonna put a bonding grid around them, I guess, now. Any discussion?
That makes sense.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
397 is 68059. New permanently installed non-submersible pumps. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. 398 is 8074A, added an exception for all conductive from bonding of things like the yoke or strap on a listed light switch or receptacle. Doesn't have to be bonded. Somebody must have said that it did. Some inspector called that. And any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. 399 is as a requirement for listing 682.15. List your natural. Listing of ground fault protective devices. Any discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Carries. 400 is for an amendment to 8215A. Question mark. We didn't adopt ground fault protection of outlets. Outlet supplies by branch circuits not exceeding 150 volts down, 60 ampere single phase. So this would include 240 volt. So I guess that's why I question. It's not what we've done elsewhere, but we could do it here. We did do it. I mean,
We didn't adopt it.
we didn't adopt it, yeah. You know why we didn't adopt it, Keith?
I don't remember right now what the conversation was on this.
There's two questions. One is, should we adopt it at all? Ground fault protecting outlets in around natural and artificially made bodies of water. And the question is, do we want to also require 240 volt outlets? Parts to this. My question was, do we want to continue our exemption for 240 volt? Definitely within 15 feet of water. 5 feet of water.
If we just did it for pools, I don't know why we would not accept it. Bodies of water.
Okay, so that would be to rescind the Oregon amendment to 682.15.
Wasn't pools just receptacles? There's receptacles and outlets. And this is outlets. I thought it was receptacle.
Is. That's receptacles and outlets. B, 680.
What?
Or B.
Yeah. Okay. So the motion is to rescind the exemption that we put in 8015A to not adopt it, to adopt it, I guess. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. Then we have 401.
Through the chair real quick.
Yeah.
So we just found that 682.15, also on 682.14, it's talking about the datum plane also, but it's talking about 12 inches above it. Wanted to
Yeah.
give you a heads up on that one.
Interesting. Yeah.
What section, Frank?
It says 682, 14 and 15.
Even 14 on. location.
14B
Yeah.
and
Oh,
15
yeah. It's in 15 too.
main.
So you can't put the ground fault protective device below the floodplain.
Yeah.
Okay, good idea. That's just a general rule. Okay. So we're on 401. which was another Oregon amendment that modified Part B of this section to change it from 100 amp, 30 milliamp threshold to 100 milliamp. Like 682, for instance.
Yeah, I was in 682.
I can't find it.
That had to do with a feeder, it seemed low if you have multiple branch circuits on a feeder. That it may cause it to trip early. Most,
I'm sorry, Keith.
I was gonna say, most of the other feeders are 100 amp. And then they go
Yeah,
up.
we saw that marinas, right? Just a little bit ago, earlier today. They were. 100.
Right. That's what we lined it up with.
For consistency, okay. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That is retained. Okay, now we go back to 358. This is where the numbering changes. 358 is 682.31A. Adds a clarification of what should be connected to the EGC.
Exception.
Exception.
That's an exception.
Let's see, we're on. Okay. Okay, it's this new section.
Oh, yeah.
Tells you what has to be bonded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. Then 359 is the new exception that if it's permits an uninsulated EGC if it's part of a cable. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. 360 is 93. Now we're into 690. So you can help us out here. if you Need help. So we're on 690.4 G, which is PV equipment on floating bodies of water. Floating on bodies of water.
To the chair, PV equipment floating on bodies of water. It is a new section, but not sure what that's going to look like in terms of.
Yeah.
Is the PV equipment floating on the bodies of water?
Must be on a raft.
The array itself? Is it the electrical equipment?
Yeah.
It's associated electrical equipment.
It's source circuits, conductors and inverters. I don't know. Oh,
To the chair.
yes.
So yeah, on those floating systems there, I know the Mercury just announced their electric boat motors. I read this morning.
Uh-huh.
So I wonder if that's kind of corresponding, maybe.
We'll have a
Charging
PV
of
array
them.
on the boat.
Yeah.
I don't know. Could be. Well, any discussion of 361 or 360 rather? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Good question. What does it mean? 61 has an exception to 690.12. Correlate with requirements for firefighting rooftop access.
Chair, 690.12, that the new exception is exception number 2.
Uh-huh.
PV equipment and circuits installed on non-enclosed detached structures, including but not limited to parking shade structures, carports, solar trellises, and similar structures shall not be required to comply with the rapid shutdown of the PV systems. Rapid shutdowns more for the buildings, to shut down the PV system from the building. If you don't have a building, it's accepting that you don't necessarily have to rapidly shut it down.
Yeah, and there's no firefighter issue because they can see underneath it. So,
Usually it's fully exposed,
yeah.
fully.
Any discussion?
Mr. Chair, wasn't there somebody submit a code proposal to us about this section?
I'm sorry, wasn't there what?
Wasn't there a code proposal submitted to the committee on this section? We look at that?
Oh, I don't know.
We do have an Oregon amendment that requires, it doesn't require
There's a proposal,
rapid shutdown to be added to an existing system.
not in the matrix. Did you miss it, Laura? Do you know?
It's line item 362.
There's an amendment, but I didn't know that there was a proposal. Uh, Yeah, it's 19.
Oh, I heard someone say 19.
Yeah. Yeah, deletes section 690.12 in its entirety. Remove the requirement for rapid shutdown systems in Oregon. Not a proven reliable safety system for first responders. Necessary added cost. Random test of several systems a year old or older demonstrate they don't function at all. Most firefighters don't know what it is, nor would they rely on it. No requirement to annually test them. In the code since 2014, there are numerous changes to the technology, the code and the US standard. Building systems over as little as 6 months old becoming unsupported. We relied on. Reduce the cost of a typical PV solar system by over $3,000 over the lifetime. That's very interesting. Don't have OSEA in here. Should do this. What are you guys seeing out there as inspectors? Rapid shutdown.
Sure. Part C is the initiation device, and it lists several things for a single PV system. That devices shall consist of at least one or more of the following. Those things that they're listing are common things that are commonly not only installed on most systems. Most systems are required to have a service disconnecting means. So if we're talking about the comment here about I was just trying to, rapid shutdown systems are not a proven reliable safety system and are an unnecessary added cost. A random test of several rapid shutdown systems 1 year old or older demonstrate they do not function at all. If you turn the service disconnect means off and it doesn't turn off, is that, I mean, that's probably a concern or a problem, but how is it not turning off or initiating the rapid shutdown system at that point?
Well, I thought a rapid shutdown system was one that isolated the PV modules, so there was no energized conductors from the module to that disconnect.
Or for inside the boundary or outside the boundary,
Yeah.
30 volts or 80 volts.
Yeah.
But that's part of the initiation device, but the rapid shutdown system is also part of that. It's tied back into that
Yeah.
Inverter system as well.
Yeah.
But maybe what I'm saying is We think about that a little bit.
What I'm seeing out there is most of the equipment nowadays, pretty much all that I see, rapid shutdown system or device is integrated to the system, right?
Integrated in the array, in the panel.
Yeah, it's either part of the inverter where they have with DC to DC optimizers up on the roof to comply with the within the array boundary, or they'll have microinverters up on the roof. And when they lose AC power, then it shuts down individually behind each panel. Yeah, most of the rapid shutdown systems are integrated to the devices that they're installed. It's just whether or not the initiation device, like what he's talking about, where it's located, whether on the outside of the house or right now is a requirement for residential for it to be on the outside of the house. And what you're using to initiate that rapid shutdown. The service disconnecting means or a separate device or disconnect that they mount somewhere.
So you think that it is working okay?
I think it's working fine, yeah.
I don't doubt that in the evolution of this, there's been problems that were there now. And I don't know about the claim that firefighters wouldn't rely on it anyway. Any way to know about that?
Seems like we delayed implementing this rapid shutdown the first cycle it came out,
More
right?
than one cycle,
Yeah,
yeah.
and then it finally technology caught up, like
Yeah.
we said, and we adopted it.
Yeah. It wasn't really
My
available
understanding is fine.
for quite a while. But I mean, the concept is right. It's what you need to make these things safe. Okay, well, what do you want to do? We have well, that's not on our matrix, but it should be, right? Or-
Shosha 20.
Hmm?
20 is coming up too. We need 20 is like line 363 we need to address. 20. Your packet went up.
Oh. Okay. So, well, let's see. All those in favor of the amendment to the part A of 690.12, which is the exception for the parking structures and whatnot, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. And then now we have proposal 19, which is to delete 690.12. Any discussion of that?
Motion
I'm
not to
in-
accept.
I'm in favor that we keep 690.12.
Okay, so a motion to deny.
Yes.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion to deny, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so that didn't carry. And then you were saying that the next one, 20?
20 is coming up. Should address, yes. Twenty's coming up, 690-31A.
Okay. So 631A, and that is, yeah, we should probably do that now because we're don't have anything on that. So this is 20, which 690.
This is
This is the proponent?
Yeah.
Okay. State your name for the record and go ahead and tell us what your intention is.
Yeah, this is Bud Dill. Just to get things in alignment with the building, with the structural, and also 690-31D that requires DC voltage to be in, I'm sorry, I didn't put it on there, but requires a DC voltage in or on a building to be in a metal pipe, metal conduit. A doesn't state metal. Sorry, I'm scrolling to get back to the right one here. A states that it can be an MC cable or multi-jacketed cable or in a raceway. It doesn't state a metal raceway for DC. 690-31A2 in the 23 code.
And you're wanting to correlate that with ORSC R 1107.4.
Which is the solar ready that requires a rigid metal conduit.
Yeah.
Be ran from 12 inches of the, pardon me, 24 inches of the panel up to the attic.
Yeah.
When did that go into effect?
Hmm?
When did that go into effect?
Oh, that's a few years ago. You were
We've
on this.
been running MC right now, though.
You can, that's.
Either way.
Yes.
Yeah, MC or a rigid metal conduit is how the ORSC reads.
We added the MC cable, but
Right.
yeah. So this is interesting because if you're not installing a solar system and you're making it solar ready, then you have to comply with these requirements in ORSC. But if you're actually installing the system and the complete system, then you don't have to comply with the solar ready requirements because you're putting in a solar system. So
If it's AC voltage being brought down, which all the new systems are.
I'm sorry. What
I'm sorry, this is Bud again.
did you say?
The solar readiness is, I think, based on the requirement for DC voltage in or on a building, because some of the older systems that people are buying and putting on their house bring DC down to an inverter down below instead of the inverters being incorporated in the panels.
I don't think that that's quite correct. I think that the reason for the non-flexible metal raceway was to have a system that you could pull wire through effectively in the future. Not what was going to be pulled in there, but that you had a reliable pathway. And we came back and amended it because of Bear Electric, I think, who was they were just running a number 10 MC cable up there.
Right.
It's already in it. And so we said, well, that would work too. So, so we added that, but I don't think it had anything to do with the type of system, whether it was AC or DC.
Well, just the wording between 690-31A2 allows a raceway, not a metal raceway. MC cable, multi-jacketed or in a raceway.
Yeah.
For DC circuits, and then D requires a rigid metal conduit.
Right.
There's a bit of a conflict
I
there.
think I'll say it one more time and then I'm not going to say
Pardon me, not a rigid metal conduit, but MC or a metal raceway.
But I think you're mixing apples and oranges here. The apples are, if you're building a house and you're not putting a solar system on it, then you have to make it solar ready. And that requires compliance with 1107, which has got those restrictions on the type of raceway. If you're building a house and you're putting a solar system on it, you don't have to make it solar ready because it will have a solar system on it and you can comply with the NEC. Or the OESC. So there are requirements for different circumstances. I believe that that's correct. Is that how you enforce it?
Mhm.
Yeah. I think that's how I would read it. So I think, I don't think that making the OESC more restrictive for people that are installing solar systems at the time of construction is needed for any safety reason, at least. No one has brought any up. So then these two sections don't need to be correlated because they apply to different circumstances. Okay. So does anybody have any discussion of this? You want to hear a motion?
I think what I think I follow what Bud is saying. I think and maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what it is in D, he's saying that it has to be in D1, were installed inside buildings, PVDC systems, and it talks about the 30 volts or more shall be contained in a metal raceway. type MC cable, or the raceway itself complies with 251.18 as an equipment ground, but in A2, we're not guarded. I'm reading out of A2, we're not guarded PV system DC circuit conductors operating in at voltages greater than 30 volts that are really accessible to unqualified persons shall be installed in type MC cable or multi-conductor cable or in raceway. It doesn't say metal raceway.
So what are you, I don't follow you. You're saying that there's a conflict between A and B?
Right, is that what you're saying, Bud?
It is what I'm saying.
Yes.
Conflict is between A and B? It doesn't
It's
have
between A2 and
And
E1.
one,
G1.
Right here, metal raceway, metal enclosure.
Okay, that's not what this says. So,
they're both talking, this is Bud again, they're both talking about DC wiring installed in or on a house, in or on a dwelling, I'm guessing. One states raceway and the other one states metal raceway.
I don't think it's limited to dwellings.
this doesn't have anything to do,
Pardon me, I shouldn't have said dwelling.
this doesn't have anything to do with ORSC 1107.4, which is what the code proposal says.
I know that I brought that up because I was inspecting a place that wasn't using rigid, they say rigid metal conduit in the ORSC that correlates to a non-flexible that was using a flexible conduit. And I was only doing the electrical and I couldn't make note of the 1107.4. I couldn't write it up because I wasn't doing that part of the inspection. But
E2 is readily accessible though. Make a difference.
pardon me?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
this language was brought in a while ago to talk about what happens when people that aren't qualified come in contact with photovoltaic conductors. Oftentimes it looks a lot like an AC conductor because you can't tell what's going on inside of it, whether it's AC or DC. And actually, when we take a look at it with our tick tracers, a lot of times the DC doesn't show up as well, meaning that we get a false negative when we think it's there. So we talked about ways to put things in place to make sure that it's obvious that it's a DC conductor, meaning that we don't want to see this in Romex or any type of normal system. We want to make it so that it has some sort of metallic jacket or something that's different, so that when you come across this in an attic space in a residence, you can tell the difference between a DC EV circuit and an AC Romex circuit going to a junction box right beside it. So a lot of the language were readily accessible or were used with other systems. We also, I mean, you see it, this type of language in place there as well.
Well, the code change proposal that we're looking at, number 20, Bud, asks that we modify OESC 690-31A to include the words non-flexible metal raceway to align with ORSCN 1107.4. That's the proposal that's in front of us. I don't know. This correlation between part A and part D, we don't have a proposal on that. But we can make one ourselves, but that's not what we're being asked to consider.
I agree.
Okay, so is there any discussion of the proposal number 20, which tries to correlate the ORSC with the OESC?
Chair, I guess I'm asking or questioning, why have a metallic raceway when you're allowing a multi-conductor jacketed cable?
Why have it where?
Well, on what the proposal is saying to make change the just plain raceway to a metallic raceway. Is that correct? Did I understand that right?
I'm sorry, what?
He believes that we should correlate the requirements of ORSC N 1107.4 with OESC 690.31A. Because the requirements for solar ready is a non-flexible metal raceway.
Okay.
That's not a requirement in the NEC. So
Okay.
this gentleman thinks, well, we ought to make them the same, which understand the.
Okay.
I need a motion on this. Approve or deny?
Make a motion to deny.
We have a motion to deny. Is there any discussion? Okay, all those in favor of the motion to deny amendment proposal 20, say aye.
Aye.
Favor, opposed? Okay, that carries. Okay, so now, if, let's see. Here. Okay. Now we're on 690.12. This is our Oregon amendment that deals with rapid shutdown additions to existing systems. We say in addition to an existing system or in a building is installed, a rapid shutdown function shall be provided for the existing system in or on the building. Provisions of B2 shall not apply to the existing. Those are the provisions that
Control conductors inside the array.
speak louder, please.
Control conductors inside the array boundary. You don't have to hit the 30 volts.
Okay, that 12B2, did this move? Because now it's identification.
B2 is inside the array boundary.
I'm on the wrong page. Okay, okay. Do we want to retain this?
I think so.
I do, yeah.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. 696, 363. A12A or 690.12A.
Mr. Chair, this is a new exception for these controlled conductors. The exception reads that PV system circuits originating within or from arrays not attached to buildings that terminate on the exterior building and PV system circuits installed in accordance with 230.6 will not be considered controlled conductors for purposes of 690.12. These are conductors that are considered outside the, the 230.6 is service conductors not considered to be inside the building. So following along the same lines.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's approved. 364 is about 31G. So that's over 1,000 volts. They now can be on the building, but below 10 feet. Previously, they couldn't be on the building at all.
And it still should not be permitted on 1 and 2 family dwellings.
Okay. Okay, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that motion carries. So while we're on 690.31, is there a conflict between 690.31 and 90. Proposal that we had? What was number 20 about? There it is. 690.31A and 690.31D, is that what you were saying was in?
Yeah, I just, well, 690.31A2 is talking about guarding the PV circuits that are above 30 volts, right? And it just says type M, and it's saying that they should be installed in MC multi-conductor jacketed cable or in raceway. And in D, it says that where inside buildings, they have to be in a metal raceway. It specifies metal or in metal enclosures.
A is readily accessible, right?
A is readily accessible.
And D is in or on buildings.
Right.
No, D1 is what you're talking about.
So like if
right?
you have your DC conductors in the attic, right?
Yeah,
And they're readily accessible. Change that. That'd be readily accessible in the attic? You'd have to protect those wires so they don't get smashed or pinched or anything like that, right? And it says that it's in shall be installed in MC cable, multi-conductor jacketed cable, or in raceway. And I guess in what Bud's saying is in D1, it just says metal MC that complies with the increment ground or metal enclosures.
Wouldn't be readily accessible.
D1 is direct current circuits and A1 is all circuits. Right?
Yeah.
So D1 is more restrictive because it only applies to DC,
They both apply to DC.
but A1 also applies to AC.
No.
Mr. Chair, when this additionally was brought into the code back a while ago, there's real concern about ground mounted systems and allowing close approach to unqualified persons to ground mounted systems at 600 volts, 1000 volts, maybe across one connector and across one conductor. Meaning that when you take a look at an array and how they attach and make all the DC connections up, it's oftentimes just a single conductor and an MC4 connector or something like that. Unqualified person, that just take an example of a ground mounted array, 6 foot tall, that's out next to a high school or out next to a grade school. It looks like a jungle gym, and you have all these conductors going across there, just single conductors held together by a connector. It was really for to prevent people from gaining ready access to it or a close approach to it versus making it metal or not metal. Or we wanted to make sure it was in some sort of raceway, multi-conductor jacketed cable, or some sort of type MC to make it so that it's not accessible, or that somebody that's not qualified can gain close approach to it. It's a different argument for part D when we get into DC currents on or in buildings, where there you have the problem where you have a worker going out with not the right test equipment, going into an attic space and checking something dead, but it's actually just DC, and not being able to tell the difference.
So A is includes all systems.
All systems.
And D only includes those in or on buildings. That's why they're different. Okay, thank you. Okay. I gotta take a comfort break.
Thank you. Yes, I need one too.
Okay, we ready? So I think that we are on 365, which is 690-41. Advised to focus on DC grounding and added 690-41B for DC ground fault detector interrupter, EFDI. Any discussion of that?
Chair, a lot of this is rewritten language to make it more clear. In the old code, they were talking about 2-wire PV arrays. We're we're referring to 2-wire circuits. So
Yeah.
a lot of this changes you'll see is for readability.
Editorial. Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that carries. Then we have 366 is our Oregon amendment to 690-47B. I wondered if, and you might know this from Portland, if the Energy Trust has still got their minimum conductor size requirement.
I think they do.
Okay, so that's what this amendment was about, was to help people stay out of trouble with that. So this was just to require a minimum number 6, right?
Mhm.
Okay, okay, any discussion of that? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's approved. 367 is a revision of 690-42. Really just, it says it's just restructuring it. Are there any technical changes in there?
The only note I have down here is that there was a distinction made between a GFDI and solidly grounded system. I think those are 2 types of systems that we see out there.
What, are you around 690-42?
Right.
What are you saying? Oh, between,
They made a distinction between a circuit with a GFDI protection and a solidly grounded circuit.
oh, okay,
In the old code, there was no A and B. It was just one
I got it.
paragraph.
I got it. I got it. Okay. But, okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. 368 is 92.60. Wind. Full cell. 2.60. Connections. Those systems connected to other sources shall be installed in accordance with 705. Really need that? It's already required. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. 369 is 694.7A, which is it just says that these requirements apply to both onshore and offshore installation. This section the charging statement says that this section, the construction and maintenance associated wiring and interconnection shall be formed only by qualified persons. We don't normally regulate maintenance, but I guess I'll bother with that. All those in favor of the amendment to 694.7 say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that carries. 370. Maybe 5.2 added a section stating the reconditioned equipment is not permitted. Fire pumps. No reconditioned fire pumps. That seems like a weird thing. Those are really expensive pieces of equipment. You can't rebuild them. Guess if you rebuilt one, you'd have to have it relabeled or something. What do they need to do? All those in favor of this, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, now we're at 371. 395.3I. Changed it from shall not be permitted to be used to shall not be used to supply power. They didn't like that. That's a style manual. Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Going to 72. Is Article 700. is our organ amendment that requires that compliance with 700.32, 701.27, and 708.54, which are the collective coordination requirements, I think. Be signed by be verified by a receipt signed by the engineer record signing supervisor. Stating that we meet the requirements. So get the inspectors out of having to do the calculations or check the calculations. Any discussion? Yeah. Yeah.
There's two.
Yeah, I was just noticing that too, Russ.
Did it move? Maybe.
Yeah, I think it moved. Yep, it is 70132.
Well, especially because there is no 701.27. That's a pretty good clue. Okay, so as amended. But 708 is okay? Yep. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. 737. 702.2 is reconditioned equipment. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. 374, 700.3F. Revise the sections around listing and interlocking and added new list items on connection points. Table. Do you have any comments on that? Okay, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Now we have 735 is an organ amendment to the requirements for permanent switching.
It's 703F, right?
Yeah. Temporary source for power for maintenance and repair, but the alternate source of power. We're letting the building owner determine whether or not this temporary source of power is required, is deemed necessary. Any discussion of this? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that carries. 776 4A. It says a requirement for system capacity to be sufficient for rapid load changes and transient power and energy requirements. What would be a good idea? Any discussion? Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Carries. 77, added a section covering parallel operation. And 704C. Any discussion of that, of paralleling emergency sources? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries. 378. 700.5C, revive text to remove the reference to reconditioning. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 379, 700.5D. I have a note that this may conflict with the Oregon amendment to 700.3F. Let's do that. Well, because they're asking for a redundant transfer switch. If you're going to do this maintenance, as required in 700.3C. So we've said before that the building owner gets to decide if that's necessary. So would that include the installation of this transfer switch? This whole thing in 700.3 is about maintenance, kind of outside of the scope of some stuff anyway. So if the owner says that they don't want this connection point for they don't want to provide the temporary source of power, why do you need a transfer switch? In fact, D is in Delta.
B changed a little bit, not much. We're in D. Used to be use and now it's redundant transfer equipment.
I don't know. I just wanted to make sure we didn't say you don't have to do this, but even if you're not going to do it, you still have to put in a transfer switch to do it. Maybe inspectors will be clever enough to figure that out. What do you think?
Could you turn your mic on, Russ?
Oh, yeah, sorry. It says it could have a bypass isolation switch on it, so you could bypass the transfer switch.
Mm-hmm.
Through the chair, or we could put if the owner deems it necessary in this section also to make it clear. Because we have a backup generator in case the utility goes down, and then we have a backup generator for the backup generator in case it goes down and the utility goes down, and seems to be a lot of redundancy.
Right.
Okay, well, let's see, where are we? We're at approving the 379, which is this section, which is 700.5D. So I think what Keith is suggesting is that we accept it with an amendment that we add the same words if the owner deems it necessary. Building owner deems it necessary. If the owner deems it necessary and emergency loads are supplied by a single feeder.
I would propose that.
Okay. That sound good to everybody? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Got that, Laura? Good. You did.
Okay, adding more surge protection.
I have enough. They have in the warehouse. Okay, we're on 380. I got a note that this was not consistent with our previous actions. Not that we can't do it, but adding surge protection for emergency system, switchgear and switchboards and panel boards for all. Which, all the way down, every panel from the top to the bottom.
Circuits and the panel boards have it. Why do we need it at the switchgear?
The circuit,
If we're trying to protect
the circuits in the panels, the circuits have it.
yeah, and panel boards. Switchgear and switchboards is new.
Oh. Panel boards have it.
The panel boards had it before and we adopted that, but now they've added switchboards.
Mr. Chair, switchboards is,
The panel boards, yeah.
switchboards is in 2020 code.
Oh, it
Switchboards
is.
and panel boards.
It's in the 2020.
Mhm.
What changed here?
Switchgear, looks like it was added.
They just added switchgear because there was this controversy about the meaning of those words, I think. I never was in panel 10. I didn't quite understand it. It has to do with the product standards. And there's a difference between a switchboard and switchgear, and they're different products, and we didn't have them both covered. So you'll see this throughout the code where, what did it say before? Switchgear?
It's switchboards and, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
switchboards and panel boards. I don't know why they highlighted it in the 2023.
Because they added switchgear.
They highlighted switchboards.
Well, maybe they put in a comma or something. Light highlighted. Okay, so this is really a non-event. This is just terminology. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Yeah, so they added switch boards. Because.
They added switchgear.
Yeah, switchgear, yeah. Switchgear
System
is switch, not the
switchgear
same thing as a switchboard.
No, it's not.
They changed
The
systems.
way we use those terms, you know, in the vernacular.
But
it's not the
systems.
technical.
Now, this is gonna add cost.
This is,
Yeah. And into the switchboard now.
well, I don't think you would have both. You would either have switchgear or a switchboard as the.
Switchgear's not-
couldn't have both. Just different words.
All right.
Same thing. I understand. It might. Okay. 700.11, 381. This is class 2 powered emergency lighting systems. Seen such a thing. Have you seen that yet? Anybody? Contractors? Haven't seen it? It's just a little LED fixture. You can run it on power over Ethernet, really. Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, 382 is added a section on supply duration. 700.12C. This whole section really surprised me to see this in here because this is really more life safety code stuff. And in my experience, it's the fire marshals that call the shots on this stuff, not the electrical inspector. I mean, I think a lot of this stuff is actually in the fire code. Well, I don't know if it's a problem to have this in the electrical code. I don't think that.
Mr. Chair, I think they're doing some of this just to correlate between the different standards, between the NFPA 110, standard for emergency and standby power systems, and 101, the life safety code. They probably talked about supply duration there, and our code probably didn't adequately talk about it before. But now they're probably including it so it correlates better with the other NFPA standards.
Yeah. I know like that C3 using a natural gas powered generator, which just says you can't do unless you can, just what the exception says. In Eugene, I put one in about 15 years ago and the fire marshal approved it.
Mr. Chair, we have a code guide in the city of Portland
Yeah.
to address how to get the approval from the authority having jurisdiction to do that.
Do that, yeah,
We have additional language
Yeah.
and you want to run a natural gas generator
yeah. So you do allow it under the right circumstances.
with additional requirements.
I don't know if this is gonna create more confusion or not. I guess we can find out. What do you want to do? Your motion to adopt. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. 83, 100.27, added a section to address class 2 emergency powered lighting systems. Did that. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 84. Had selected coordination requirements. We have a special, we're going to amendment here too, I think. Yeah. Yeah, we have a, in this section on selective coordination, we have some language about how to do selective coordination when you have an emergency power system. What gets counted. That was interesting discussion. Any discussion of this? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We're retaining that. To clarify how to selectively coordinate between normal and emergency.
Does that conflict with the information that they added? Shouldn't, but it. On the wrong page. We're at 732, right? 707. Oh, I'm on the wrong book. Never mind. Sorry, Chair.
There is a new informational note figure, or they changed it though. And new next to it. We might have made this clearer now to the point where we don't necessarily need all of that language, but I don't want to bother trying to think through it right now. 385, 701, the reconditioned equipment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
89, this is our organ amendment that allows manual load shedding on wait, I'm sorry, I skipped one.
86, you need.
Got all mixed up again, sorry. Be on 386. This is revised to require a system besides to accommodate rapid load changes such as motors and start. On that already. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 87, 70132, that's the selective coordination amendment, same as the last one we just did. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Retain that. 388 is reconditioned equipment for 702. Options. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Carries. This 89 is our organ amendment that allows manual load shedding on 1 and 2 family dwellings. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 90, 702.7A, revised to add a requirement for signage to be placed at other than 1 and 2 family dwellings. Okay. And then we have an amendment on this one. We say, sign shall not be required for individual unit equipment for standby. This section got restructured, I think. Oh, no, it didn't. So what we did is we deleted other than 1 and 2 family dwellings, and then we deleted the whole last sentence that required signage. And then we also added an exemption for individual unit equipment for standby illumination. What is that talking about? What is individual unit equipment for standby illumination and then optional standby? Did we do that? Shouldn't that be in 70 emergency section? Any ideas, Keith?
I'm trying to remember what this was about.
What is individual unit equipment for standby illumination? It's optional. Why would we care?
This had to do with 23085.
The
Disconnect
disconnect, yeah,
that we didn't adopt.
right. I don't know, we added that thing about standby illumination. Kind of like it's in the wrong place. Like all I can think of is like a battery pack egress lighting, but that's not optional standby.
Well, it's for other than 1 and 2 families. Signs shall not be required for individual unit equipment for standby illumination.
Okay, well, we have this amendment to 390 in 390, that's what was 390 the amendment. 390 amended it. And then we're deleting what they amended, I think.
It might have had something to do with the battery backup, an inverter system.
For optional, why is it in optional systems?
I don't know. Don't remember.
Doesn't seem like it belongs there. Okay, well, the change to the model code is language that we delete in our exemption. So if we, our amendment, so if we adopt our amendment, it's a moot point. So I'd say we look at 393 and so I have a note on 393. Wrong place again.
You mean
391.
391, yeah.
391. So do we want to carry 391 forward? Those in favor say aye.
I don't know why, if we don't understand what it's doing.
Maybe we should delete that new language, but carry everything else forward. Delete the other than one. Just don't insert this, a sign shall not be required for individual unit equipment for standby illumination. Somebody must have thought a sign was required for that. But that would have been probably an inspector call at some point. I don't know what it was that wasn't obvious. Well, somebody can make a motion.
Make a motion to carry our amendment through without the verbiage in there for the standby illumination.
Okay,
Cross out other than 1 and 2 family dwellings.
in the last sentence.
Yeah.
Okay. Everybody understand the motion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? You understand the motion? Okay, so that, that's a retain as modified. And then the previous item, kind of a moot point because we just deleted it, so it's approved. 392. Revise to require flanged inlets and other cord and plug connected to be installed outside of buildings and structure. This was to make it so people aren't running cords through walls, I think.
No, this was my code proposal.
Oh, this was your proposal?
Yeah,
Oh, cool.
what this is they make some automatic transfer equipment like the old Gen Trans switches, just the on, off, on.
Yeah.
Well, they had a flanged inlet that was all in the one enclosure. Well, people were installing those in basements and garages. Well, they were also pulling their portable generator in and just plugging in the basement and in the garage. So carbon monoxide poisoning was an issue. So I proposed that those flange inlets only get installed in the exterior outdoors of the building. So they're forced to put that generator outside, or more likely to put it outside. You know, nothing's going to prevent them from putting that generator in the garage and running the cord back outside.
Yeah.
But at least it's a step forward for, it was carbon monoxide poison.
Yeah, good. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Approved. 293. Revised and reorganized the section. Under new sections. This is 705.12. Okay, so I was involved in a task group on 705.11 on the service side connected stuff to try to bring it more in consistency with the other requirements of Article 230, 240, and 250. And I think that a similar thing happened in 705.12 to try to clarify and simplify. What I wasn't sure of is whether we still needed our statewide code interpretation 2103 that we did for the solar. I think it was connecting solar systems to feeders between the service disconnect and the panel. And I think that they changed 705.12a to permit what we were wanting to permit. Do you think that's right, Keith?
I haven't researched it, but I know that this was really helpful to have this, what we did here made a big difference in industry. I had quite a few positive feedbacks on this, but it was allowed as long as there was a breaker in the sub panel. You could tap the 200 amp feeder.
It was allowed as long as there wasn't a breaker.
There was a breaker. They had to put a main in the sub panel.
Right. Oh, I see.
So if it caught up, and we don't need it, but if it didn't, I'd recommend moving it forward.
Well, it says that where the power source output connection is made at a location other than the opposite end of the feeder from the primary source or current device, which is what we're talking about. That portion of the feeder on the load side of the power source output connection shall be protected by one of the following. And the second one is an overcurrent device at the load side of the power source connection point, rated not greater than the ampacity of the feeder. Not exactly what we wanted.
Sounds like that's what we just described.
I think there was confusion on installers and inspectors on where that overcurrent device needed to be located in B. It says an overcurrent device at the load side of the power source
Oh,
connection.
where is that load? Where is that? Right, that's
Right.
right, yeah.
So you're making a connection at a point in that feeder is, well, that's the connection point. That's where that overcurrent device needs to be located. And Keith's clarification on that was
That's right, I
you
remember
could
that.
put that
Yeah.
that over current device could be at that sub panel,
Okay, got it.
not at that connection.
I remember. Ethan, I talked
Yes,
a
yeah,
lot.
yeah.
But they didn't really fix it, so we still need it, yes.
And then whether or not you could go the next standard size up or not,
Yeah,
would use 40.6 and 310.12 for determining the wire ampacity. of that.
right. Yeah. I remember all that, and we got that guy from New Mexico or something that
Yeah.
said, well, you could have a rounded fault in that section of conductor. So we want to approve the changes in the model code. I think they're mostly reorganizing, so all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and so I think we just said that we want to carry 2103 forward. We might as well just do that now. I mean, we could actually amend the code to say that, but
That's possible. That'd be awesome. You don't have to go looking at interps.
yeah. Are the interrupts?
This was pretty complicated. I mean, it's not that long, but it says a lot. And it really just brought things in line with taps, that we do all the time. So it limits it by the load side rather, than the line side.
Well, so for now, it's retained. If somebody wants to try to write the code language, we could consider it.
Could we put an informational note that says see statewide interp?
Yeah. Do that. It's a statewide code interpretation. Yeah, 2103. Yeah.
We can do it. I'm gonna make a motion to do it.
Yeah, we can do it.
Motion to add in UAC a state or informational note to look at statewide interp 2103.
Okay, so we'll add an informational note that says see statewide code interpretation 21-03. And that informational note goes after 705.12A3. Okay. It has to do with taps.
Yes.
Was B1B, but now it's A. Actually, the interpretation is slightly out of date because the code sections moved around a little bit in this reorganization. What do you do with that, Keith? Just leave it alone? Does it say which version of the code this is based on? I guess you look at the year of it and look at the code. Yeah, it's just the 21. I don't know. The code references are changed, so.
Yeah, we could either leave it or spend some time and, and update it to the current.
Yeah.
But if we leave it, we know what it says.
Yeah, I think it just changed the B to an A is the only thing that happened really, but, okay, so, let me go back to here then. So we have a motion to add an informational note at, first let's have the statewide code interpretation is 2103 is to be retained. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then, we're also going to add an IN at 705.12A3. Pointing to this. Okay. $394.
On that?
Oh, do we know to vote on that? I think we probably vote on it. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. If no one has any comments, I'm probably voting yes.
Yeah.
You're right. 394 added a section for microgrid control systems in 76. It's a whole new section. And has anybody, have you seen any microgrids? Portland would be the place where you do it. The college campus. It's a whole new part. So all those in favor say aye. Opposed? Carries. 395 is 705.80, added a section for interconnected power production sources operated in the islanding mode. This is kind of mirrors language that's elsewhere, I think maybe in 690. I forget where. Yeah. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? 396. 705.81, added sections requiring islanded mode stuff to be controlled. More of the islanding stuff. Actually, there's, I don't know why this is separate from, well, it's a different section, I guess. It's 82. All those in favor say aye. Aye. And that carries. 397. I think it should be 705.82. The way. Yeah. And that should be 82. And that mirrors language in 710. So it's kind of weird. Like, I'm not sure exactly what they're referring to, but I guess it must happen. You know what it is?
Typically, when you talked about standalone system, that was done by an inverter that oftentimes would only supply a 120 volt circuit. It wouldn't supply a 240.
Yeah.
So that you could operate standalone, but you'd have to, if you hooked it up to a 120, 240 volt system, you'd have to be aware that 2-pole plugs or 2-pole breakers wouldn't give you 240 volts, it'd just give you 100.
Same, no difference of potential.
Right, there's no, yeah, it's just explaining that with a single supply, you only get 120 volts. You don't get the 120, 240 as your distribution equipment might look like with supply, but it doesn't.
What if it does, though? I mean,
I think it's really a carryover from 690. The standalone section's been moved around into different sections. Now it's back in 710 as well, its own section.
Yep. Okay, all those in favor of 705.82, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, 398 is 706.7A. There's a section in there in B on maintenance that's not really enforceable, but I guess we have it everywhere in the code, so we don't need to delete it everywhere. All those in favor of 706, oh, now this is a commissioning requirement. The other thing is, commissioning has been a kind of a big topic at building codes. Has it been defined? Do you know? Anybody know? You know?
No, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, haven't heard.
It's in all these energy codes, so it's a big issue, and it's not, I don't think it's defined in our code, is it? It just says starting it up. It's like
Commissioning is the process, procedures, and testing used to set up and verify the initial performance, operational controls, safety systems, and sequence of operation of electrical devices and equipment prior to it being placed into active service. Code panel 13.
Yeah.
Well, what would you want to see from me to say I commissioned it?
There is an NFPA 855 standard for installation of ESS that might give some information about how to commission them. I don't know.
It's my word that I did it, or
What was that?
when you ask me if I commissioned it, what do you want to see from me that I commissioned it?
I'd be looking for a commissioning document.
Some kind of commissioning report.
It's a report. with the energy code, it's, I think it's a requirement to show up 6 months after the system's been finalized, that the commissioner report has to be forwarded to the authority having jurisdiction for energy compliance.
Well, do you want to adopt this commissioning requirement? Don't have to. All those in favor say aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so do we might as well delete the whole section then 706.7 because the maintenance we can't do anyway. So that's denied. And it's delete section. And the reason is that unenforceable, too vague. Unenforceable and vague language. Okay,
For public record, we want to vote on exclude, not adopting B2 then,
oh, I said the whole section, 706. 706.
after we voted though.
Oh, okay, well, okay, revise the vote to deleting section 706.7. Those in favor? Those opposed?
Aye.
Actually not vague, it's more like undefined, uses undefined terms. No, the terms are defined, so yeah, it's vague and unenforceable. Okay. 399, 706.15. We revised the text to be able to disconnect the ESS from all of the wiring and comply with emergency shutdown requirements for 1 and 2 family dwellings. We want to do what we did in 455. What we did in 455. Right. This is where we said it didn't have to be readily accessible, it just had to be accessible. So how would that fit into here? Yeah.
B says
location.
readily accessible.
Yeah. So, so I don't know what these, things like a Tesla wall, whether they have a disconnect switch built into them that's behind a cover. Never seen one, so.
I can speak to those. I've seen quite a few of them. They have to run separate switch from those to the outside of the building in order to achieve the energy storage system.
Say that again?
So there's a set of contacts on most of like the Tesla Powerwall products or the Enphase products. There's a set of contacts on those systems, 24-volt set of contacts. When we open or close, you run out to an operable switch that you put on the outside of the building and you could use it for your rapid shutdown initiation device and your energy storage system disconnect.
This doesn't say it has to be outside though.
Yeah, it does at the bottom.
Does it?
Bottom paragraph. On 1 and 2 family.
On 1 and 2
On 1
family
and 2 family dwellings, yeah. That's typically where you see them.
But we probably don't want to say. It's gotta be, well, other than 1 and 2 family. It probably would not be a small thing or it's behind the paint. It probably doesn't apply here.
For generators, didn't we say accessible?
Yeah, because we wanted the disconnect switches inside the cover of the outdoor generator to be considered an adequate disconnect. But I don't think that applies here.
I would say whatever we do, we'd want to make sure it falls with 690. Because they're using the same device to meet both requirements.
We just leave it alone probably, but we do need to adopt it. All those in favor of adopting.
You just mount them side by side,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Solar and batteries or
Or they'll use one.
one to do both.
6.15. Those in favor of 706.15, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion. Okay, 400, 706.51. Got a section for flywheel ESSs. Record. Anybody have any concerns with that? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Approved. 401 is our selective coordination requirements for 708. 708. No, this is not selective coordination requirements. This is 708.1 is the definition of critical operations. Well, the description there of that.
It should be 708-54. Before.
No, that's down a couple of ways. The amendment to 708.1 is the amendment that says that the owner of the facility gets to decide if it's a select, if it's a COPS or not. I think that's worked pretty well. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We're retaining that. 402 is 708.7. That is cybersecurity stuff.
Cybersecurity, isn't that the one we said that?
Wrong one. No, it's 705, I'm sorry, it's 708.2 is what we're on. And that's just moving reconditioned equipment. It's a no-brainer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, now 403 is the cybersecurity and maintenance. Now this is in a COPS, so I would think that the owner of a COPS, since they're making the decision as to whether they even want to be a COPS, can decide whether they want to comply with that. Wouldn't you agree with that as an inspector? Kind of whatever they want to do. This is more like providing guidance. Sort of a voluntary code. That work for you, Keith?
Yes, yep, it does.
So then we would want to approve this, I guess. We're on 403, approving the changes to 708.7. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That's a new section, actually, not changed. 404, 708.24A is that's listing requirements for transfer switches and clarifies the cost. Any discussion of this? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries 405. 8.54, that's the selective coordination, and this is where we have the how to do selective coordination, coordinating various power sources. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
That was the OESC.
Yeah.
So the OESC, I'm just looking at this, what we had before, we added replacements and modifications, and now new code has replacements and modifications in it.
That pink language is the new NEC language.
The new NEC language.
Okay. In fact, that is 705. So 405, I mean. I think I got ahead of myself there. What we just did was 406. 405 is the is adding those sections that you just referenced. Replace, modify, or added. So all those in favor? Wait a second. What is this? What's the meaning of these new sections? If you're replacing overcurrent devices, they shall be reevaluated to ensure selective coordination is maintained. If you modify it, you gotta.
And then we have the exception shall meet the coordination requirements in effect at the time of the installation.
Yeah. Right. So if you make
So-
these placements, you don't have to coordinate something that hadn't been coordinated previously.
Right, so it takes care of that exception works.
Okay,
Nathan, I guess where I started reading this and got confused on the pink. So modifications, you're saying this is the new code text, right?
yeah,
New code text here says if modifications, additions, or deletions to critical operations, and this says emergency systems.
This 708.54 is copied directly from 700, and there should have been a separate one.
See that, Laura? Thank you.
I'm not really completely sure that we even need this.
That's where I got confused. It's like this verbiage isn't what.
Right,
really is.
yeah, exactly, you're right. Good call. I'm just wondering if we need to modify this at all.
I was kind of wondering myself.
I mean, they can do whatever they want in a cop. So why do we need to end this?
That's a good point.
They may want to. Well, this is not, yeah, we don't, this whole thing about the emergency side. Is this what we had before? Did we?
Yes, yeah, and the COPS system may be optional, but once they choose to put one in, then we regulate it with 708.
You just said. Well, this whole language here is about coordinating with the emergency system. And this is not the emergency section. So this amendment and how you coordinate emergency systems with normal power is already in Article 700, and that would apply to this 708. I don't think this is relevant. I mean, at least the paragraph about how you coordinate supply side and emergency power, the exception might be good.
We have the same thing in 732 and 701.32. So it's pretty much the same.
The emergency and standby system and generator systems, this is COPS. I think
Yeah.
COPS is you just follow those articles. I mean, they would apply. Well, it's been in there. Nobody ever noticed this before. I don't think anybody's doing it. So. It's got a commissioning requirement. I think that this exception really applies to the generator. That's already in another section. Leave it in there if you want. I think we're on this item right now. We already approved it, actually, so.
Line 406.
We're actually on line 4, yeah, line 405 is the modifications in the model code. Any discussion of that? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Well, we already voted to retain it, so unless somebody wants to change that. 725. 24.
22.
Wait,
Line 407.
yeah, line 407. Okay, a whole new article 722. So what they did is they took all of this wiring stuff for this class 1, 2, and 3 and fire alarm and put all the wire stuff in one article. Make reference to it elsewhere. That's new article 722. Any discussion of that? I think it's also, I don't think there's any new requirements. If there are, I didn't see them, but you'd have to really study it. Something. Intent was just to just centralize this. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Then in 408, they created a new Article 724 for class 2 and 3, or for class 1 power limited circuits and what kind of wire and requirements for those installations. So they took that out of 725. It used to be in 725. Make it could be the same requirements, as far as I know. Positive. All those in favor?
Aye.
409 is 725 3E, and that's where it makes reference to Article 722 for the type of cables to use. Well, all that stuff got taken out of 725 and put over there. Any discussion? All those in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Carries. For 10, 725-10, added a requirement for hazardous locations to use, permitted to be used in hazardous locations. It's because it wasn't specifically referenced and it's in the first part of the code. It didn't necessarily apply. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 411 that's a compliance requirement with 300.11, and I think that is already in the code now. 25.24. Yeah, they added 311 to it, so we don't need this amendment anymore.
Good.
What's interesting is back in 724, they use the old verbiage. They didn't keep it the same as 725, 24. The mechanical execution of work in class 1.
Can't quite hear you. Could you
Oh, I'm sorry. Mechanical execution in class 1, they kept all that verbiage that we struck out. And then they cleaned it up in 725. I don't know why they didn't clean it up in both.
Yeah, well, they must have thought, well, who knows?
Hard to tell.
Maybe they thought that class 1 is higher voltage, so, you know, it's maybe it needs higher standard installation standards. Anyway, that language, there's nothing to keep here now in this amendment, so I think we should rescind it. Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 412, rise and added compliance with, that's what we just did. Okay. All those in favor, say aye. 13, 25, 130A. This is what this allows, but I don't know what the implications are. This is a bunch of changes, and there are a lot of new stuff. I suspect it's just moved around. We're just talking about A, which is allowed class 1 wiring methods for class 2 and 3 circuits. Permitted. Any discussion? Those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, 414 is this new article 726 on class 4 fault managed systems. This is this new POE that has this electronics behind it that automatically shuts off if there's a fault, and it's quite amazing. And they're using it a lot in places like arenas and that sort of environment where they are just putting these class 4 power supplies out in remote locations, and it's really reduced the amount of wiring and cost for these things. And so much, everything now can be run on this type of system, this kind of current limited, that if you Google it, there's a lot about it. But one of the things that I learned was it says in here that the maximum voltage is 450 volts. And the max, and then but it doesn't talk about the maximum load. And I went poking around trying to see if I could get an answer to that question. And then one of the big manufacturer for this stuff is a company called a company called voltserver.com. I met a guy who was a distributor for them. He told me about these cool projects. And they say that these systems are not power limited and can deliver hundreds or thousands of watts of power. So they're going to really revolutionize our industry. Just really new stuff. But I think we need a finding that this is not limited energy work. This is not 100 VA or less. So as this starts to come around, I don't know. I don't know how we would do that.
License clarification.
Do we wait till it becomes a question, or should we just get ahead of the curve?
Where would you put it?
Article 726. Oh, I would say a license clarification is fine, but should we issue it now? I don't think it belongs in the code. We don't address licensing in the code. So.
Right. Yeah, I was thinking it would be a license clarification that it's not, what the scope is.
Just wondering if we should issue it now. So it's answered before people start asking. Because the limited energy guys are going to try to take this work because it looks like limited energy work.
Yeah, we could do that, put something together and.
That'd be great. Okay, so what about adopting Article 724? Any discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? 415 is 750.6. That is required for listing of 750 energy management systems. 50.6. For article. Yeah. Needs to get to work. The articles. They don't have any ground fault protection requirements or surge protection.
What are they thinking?
Really? All those in favor of adding listing requirements in 750.6 say aye. Aye. Opposed? 416 is 760.30. Is allows you to use power limited fire alarm circuits. Or if you're using them, how the cables have to comply with part 3 of this article. And this kind of clarifies that separation into 722. Really just an organizational thing, I think. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. 417 added a section for hazardous locations, same as the other one. Discussion? Those in favor say aye. Aye. 418. We don't need this anymore. Yeah, 760.24A, I think they added 311. Yeah, we just added, all the amendment did was add 300.11 and they put it in there. So I think we can rescind this OR. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
But we will adopt a new amendment for the listed cable ties.
Oh, we still need that, huh? God, the different pinks confuse me every time. That's the red, that's the old Oregon amendment. So we have to back up and change that. We're gonna amend it. So move to reopen. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. What we want to do is we just want to delete and 300.11 and leave it the same. Everything else still applies.
Aye.
That was a motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thanks for catching that, Laura. Okay, now we're on 419. Is revise and add, oh, that's what we just did. Just want the same thing again. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. 420. Revised and to include additional means of support and reference. I have a note that this is not correct. and that we need to rescind. OER should be rescinded. I don't know what I was talking about or what this is. Not sure what this article, item 420 is, what we just did. Why is it in here again? You know that, Laura? It's already there. Same thing. Should we just no action? Approved. Okay. We already approved it, so it's approved. 421. 760.33 is a requirement for a listed surge control to protect the branch circuit supplying fire. This is also in Article 2, I think. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr. Chair, before we do 422, we have Mr. Hill's code amendment proposal, which is
Oh, right.
41A, or 760 41A.
We are right now. Actually.
Correct.
Oh, 422. I think Article 422. Yeah. Okay. So wait, we just did 421. So let me get that. Okay.
Need 21, yeah.
60.41. A is what you want to amend. We don't have anything on that. Go ahead, Bud.
Yeah, just try to get in compliance with the language in NFPA 72 that requires the breaker to be locked on and where 760.41 says it's permitted to be locked on, secured on.
It's not like NFPA to not have their standards coordinated. You're generally not permitted to lock a breaker on. Well, you have without a lockout tagout. They're saying you can do that to comply with the other standard. I don't know. A big problem with it. What we do.
And that way for several code changes.
This language that it shall be permitted to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You make us put
Oh,
one,
shall
but we have to,
be.
yeah, we have to, right? You
Shall
guys
be.
write us up and put one on. So I would make a motion, we adopt the code proposal in front of us.
Okay. Well, the code proposal is not specific enough. So we want to change.
Here's this language.
Oh, I don't have that.
Oh, sorry, you can see mine. You just struck permitted to be.
Oh. Be secured. Okay. Sure. Delete the words permitted to be. In 760.41A. Okay, so that is proposal 21. Okay, we have a motion to delete the words permitted to be in 760.41A. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Look forward to your code change proposal headquarters.
Yes, submit your PI, so we get that in the model code. Okay, 422 is 760.41B. And says here that this is our requirement. Well, we remove the requirement that that disconnect be accessible only to qualified personnel. I guess that's why they don't require it to be locked, because they're saying it is only accessible to qualified personnel. But we're saying that it has to be accessible to anybody. So that means that we do care about it being able to be locked.
Well, paraphrasing, but in NFPA 72, it does say shall be locked on or be behind in an area that's only accessible to qualified people.
Okay. Actually, what we should have done, we should have amended this 760.41B and said we took out the only qualified personnel, it shall be locked on. I mean, these two things, they go together. Yeah. We did this quite right. I want to fix it at this time, so go ahead with this. All those in favor of the amendment to 760.41B that removes shall be accessible only to qualified personnel, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That carries. 423 is 761.21B. Or 23, 761.21B. Is that an Oregon amendment?
Same thing.
Thing.
What's it? There's some red at the bottom, number 5.
Oh, this is for power limited and non-power limited. Okay. Yeah, same thing. Now in this case, it's all in one section like it should be. Yeah. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, 424 is revised to add subsections for non-concealed spaces and portable firearm system, 30B. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carries. 425 has a section that permits, now this is kind of weird, it permits, it's 760.136G. It says you can use PLFA circuits installed with light power, et cetera, as long as they're protected by an approved method. I don't know what that would be. I'm not sure what they're referring to there, but I guess maybe the fire marshal would know.
Method is approved as acceptable authority having jurisdiction.
Yeah, exactly. So you get to decide.
Yeah, it's pretty clear.
Okay, all those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. 426 is 139C, adds addressing class 3 and communication circuits installed with power limited fire alarm. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Let's holler out if we're going too fast. 427, 770.3D, adds a section for vertical support of fire resistant cables. Any discussion? Favor say aye.
Aye.
We're on fiber optic. We regulate, but 428. Revised required cable ties be identified for securement and support at a subsection for the antenna integrity cable. So do we want to accept this or do we want to modify the cable tie requirement? We have in other places.
I would say keep it consistent with what we've done with the other cable tie.
Is this in our list of sections that we previously mentioned? It's not. Can we say make it consistent with the others and you'll know what to do?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Okay, is that what we want to do? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so that is 428, right?
Yes.
Okay, so this one is amend. Be consistent with other. Aye. Okay, 429 is 770.27. It added some temperature limitation requirements for the fiber optic cable. Use it in the manner in which it was intended to be used. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. For 30, 770.48. This is revised to include roof as a potential point of entrance penetration point. Allows you to bring fiber optic through the roof. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? For 31. Let's see, we added ENT to the list in 770.48B of raceways that are permitted to bring outside plant fiber optic into the building. I think that's pretty commonly how it's done. Anybody have any issues with this? All those in favor say aye. Opposed? And for 32, 771.13B, revised to add uses permitted and non-uses permitted subsections. Just in environmental error. Okay, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that takes us to the end of chapter 7. Stop. We have only got like 3 more items of communications and then the few SAMs and CAMs that we and the interpretations that we haven't addressed yet. What I would like to do at the next meeting is finish this up. Take a good look at what Laura sends out to make sure everything's been captured correctly, and then work on the panel statements for all of the things in 1E. And it would be great if people would prepare for this by writing just a sentence on why you think we have this in here. And then when we get to each one, if you have something prepared, you can say what it is and we can get common language and move through it quickly because it take a long time if they're not prepared. Okay. See you in a week.